everybody. Good afternoon, those on the East Coast, Eastern Standard Time. Good morning to those that are further west. Alright. So for the first time in a while, I'm going to be going back to Versus Pinball. This is the, if you're not familiar, this is the Switch version of Versus Pinball. Well, it's the only official re-release of Versus Pinball. It was made by Hamster, and it has online leaderboards. The NES version of this game is one of my favorite games of all time, so when I found out there was an enhanced version with online leaderboards, I was all about that. I just got back from the store. I got a new water bottle. We have a zero water filter. So I've been going back to reusing my reusable water bottle, but then I broke it before last stream. Last stream I was using a disposable bottle that I kept refilling. Now though, I've got this. One thing I like about this one, it's got a spout with a straw on it. So even, because the cool thing about the one with the lid is that even if I knocked the bottle over, which did happen to me with a non-clicking water bottle, and water spilled everywhere. It was a stream where no one was watching, fortunately. It's pretty dorky. It's up on my archives. But now, even when it's open, if I knock it over, not much is going to come out. Very little, and I could just drink it through the straw. The little spout. So, we'll be playing this for about an hour. Then we'll be moving on to part 2 of Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury. Let's play Versus Pinball for an hour. Yeah, let's put in 60 and get started with the gameplay. Hi everyone who is here. And it's funny, it had said, not that I mind too much about my viewer count at any given moment, because it's not always accurate or whatever. But it said I had like one viewer. I'm like, well, I'm fortunate to usually even have one viewer, but usually I have a couple of viewers while I'm doing my hold screen. And then as soon as I went on camera, it bumped up to like 5. I'm like, okay, that's more like what I'm incredibly blessed to generally enjoy in my streams. Now, I know this isn't the most visually impressive game of all time, but it's something I enjoy a lot. I was going really hard into this for a while, and then. And this is also a good game for use during, like, I've had things where we were watching different stuff on YouTube. Meanwhile, I'll be playing one version or another of this game in the corner. I just want to, now, because this is an arcade game, I am, you can't actually pause this. This is this is based on the NES hardware. I believe the Versus System hardware was slightly more powerful, might have had a little more sound capability than the Famicom. Maybe you could display a few more colors. If you compare this to the NES version, it's certainly a little more, I guess, colorful. Some more colors, more sounds, like that warbling sound in the background, which is something you might expect on a you know, 50s or 60s pinball table, perhaps. Not that I've ever actually played a 50s pinball table that old. Alright. Yeah, I've got into the bonus mode twice already. And there are certain... Usually, I'm not a hardcore gamer in the sense that I don't really go for the most extreme challenges available in a given game, or in games in general. But when it comes to this, the NES version of this game, the arcade version they did make harder, which is as you would expect because they wanted you to put in more quarters, right? But this version, it's a little, like, they added, like, those, you saw that 1,000 points thing on the outlanes of the bonus round? That indicated, the reason that's there is because that lets you, well, in the NES version, you, the bonus game in general has a tendency to launch the ball directly out of bounds. Not out of bounds, just out of the control of the player's platform paddle thing with Mario beneath it. So a lot of times you go into bonus mode and you're not always ready to take control of Mario, or sometimes the paddle will just be in a place where Mario can't get to it at a time, even if you know it's coming, the bonus round. So, I think having, in the arcade version, the fact that you get 1,000 points just for exiting the bonus round does a lot to make the game more satisfying and a lot fairer. Now, this is, like I said, this is harder in general than the NES version. In the NES version, there's Game A and Game B. Game B is the more challenging mode, I guess you could say, with the heavier and faster ball physics. Now we got a bonus ball there. Yeah, I think at 50k you get a bonus ball. At one point, I was actually reading the strategy guides. There's not a whole lot of resources on this game, but the few that exist give you a pretty good sense of what's going on. Because you can see my stats at the bottom of the of my stream layout, and those are just my general stats for the game. And yes, I have actually calculating your average and stuff like that. That's not something the game does for you. That's something I actually looked back at all my VODs and recorded gameplay and calculated manually. So in the global leaderboards, at the best, I ended up going from like 100 something or 200 something, because I think it saves the top 500. I ended up getting all the way to, I think, 87th place. Now I'm at 97th place, so I'm really bumped off the top 100, because I stopped playing for a long time, and, you know, people are only going to be getting better at this game. But it's funny, I still, even though I bumped down on the global rankings by about 10 spots, you can see on my ticker down there how much I've, you know, my stats and everything. But the person that I'm trying to beat for the next score up to improve my ranking by at least one place is the same player. So other players have just surpassed the both of us. The player that I'm that is ahead of me in the ranking by one place, I guess my most immediate rival, that player has a Japanese name, and I can't speak or read Japanese language, so I really don't know what their name is, unfortunately. It'd be nice to have a name I could know to, like, you know, try and pronounce. So I know, like, oh, I'm going against, like, you know, like Takashi or something. I don't know what their name is. Or what that says in Japanese, or even if they actually are from Japan. They likely are, because I believe these leaderboards are global. But yeah, so typically on, like in NES Pinball, I always play it on Game A. I do like the heavier, faster ball physics on Game B. And I also do believe that this game, it's more challenging, but I like it more. Like, for instance, I think it's better balanced, because, like, if on the NES version, on the lower table here, those 3 pop bumpers in the center here, they're worth 300 points each. On the NES version, they're worth 100 points each. But then if you look on the upper screen, that one's also worth 100 points. I think, like, in the NES version, all the pop bumpers are worth 100 points. This version, I believe, is better balanced, because in this version, they make it so that the lower, unlike the lower table, the pop-up is worth 300 instead of 100. And I think that's better balancing, because on the upper table, you can't lose a ball on the upper table. It's only on the lower table that you are at risk of losing a ball, like I did right there. So because the lower table is more dangerous to play on, because on the upper table, you can score, as long as you keep the ball and play on the upper table, you're at no risk of losing a ball. But on the lower table, there are more opportunities to score points with the cards you flip here. When you flip all the cards, you score the Royal Flush. You activate the outlane stoppers and a ball block and a gutter blocker, and you get a bunch of points. I forgot how many exactly. But those two in combination, they let... No, well, literally what I was getting at, the fact that the lower table, you're at risk of losing balls there, so it should make more sense that you get more points for hitting those pop bumpers there. I'm not I always liked pinball, but I'm not a pinball enthusiast. I don't have the money, space, or really the desire or technical skills. Play Sonic Spinball next? Sonic Spinball, that is on my list. I will be playing that eventually. Now, I do I haven't played Sonic Spinball in a number of years. I played it first on the Wii Virtual Console. And, yeah, I never got past the first world. But for a game that hard, for only being on the first, like, level of the game, I actually had a lot of fun with it. Fortunately, the music in, the Toxic Caves, or whatever that board is called, is really, like, banger music. Yeah, thanks for dropping in. Thanks for dropping in, Fang. Yeah, I'll be playing this go for an hour, and then, move on to, 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. I'll play about 2 hours of 3D World with a break in between, and then the last hour I'll go on to see what progress we can make in Bowser's Fury. Last stream, I think I gave 2 hours to 3D World and 2 hours to Bowser's Fury. Yeah, it's like they put all the effort in the first level of music because they didn't know what would make it past that. And basically, as I understand it, Sonic Spinball was kind of made because there wasn't going to be a holiday Sonic game that year. So they were probably under a lot of pressure to try to make that game last longer than it otherwise might, perhaps. For a game that frustrated, for the game that difficult, I didn't feel very frustrated at it because I was having such a good time playing it. I don't think I ever even got to the boss of that stage, of the first stage in Sonic Spinball. Yeah, so I first played it on the Wii Virtual Console back in 2010, I think. I made Skilliam, if you know, but I don't know if he streams. I know he definitely isn't. I know he's at the very least in Pete Door's streams sometimes, and others possibly too. Back when he was on YouTube more, both Pete and Skilliam. Pete turned me on to Skilliam, and Skilliam had a lot of cooking videos that are unfortunately kind of lost to time at this point. And he had these, like, this enchilada recipe. It's pretty simple, you know, just, like, you know, home ec, you know, cooking level, you know, recipes he would do. And he's a big, he posts a lot of pictures of the food he cooks on his Twitter. It's really cool. And he had this simple, like, you know, game night enchilada recipe that I made. So I made these enchiladas, and, which were really good. You know, all pretty basic, you know, basic pre-made ingredients, like pre-made enchilada sauce and taco seasoning and stuff like that, but it was a pretty simple, you know, basics of cooking for yourself type thing, and I was pretty early on into college, so it was kind of the cooking thing I was, one of those skills I needed to sort of, brush up on. Still need to brush up on it now, frankly. But I made those enchiladas, and, booted up Sonic Spinball on the Wii's, doggone, the first ball before I even got to 10K. And that's another nice thing about this game. It's a good game. I do prefer this. Like, I'm playing this on the Switch, on the Arcade Archives version. On the NES Pinball, as I play it on the Wii U Virtual Console, you use the D-pad and the A or B buttons to move the flippers. The cool thing about this version is that you can map the buttons in Arcade Archives games, so I was able to map the triggers to, the RNL triggers to the flippers down there. So I technically have better controls than what this ever actually had in the arcade, because in the arcade, you were basically moving the joystick. No, excuse me, it wasn't like, on the joystick, you move the action buttons A and B on the right side of the cabinet because it was laid out like a Famicom or NES controller. You basically move the left flipper with B and the right flipper with A, and you move Mario during the bonus stage with the joystick on the left. And really, like, moving both of flippers with your index and middle finger on your right hand, it doesn't really seem like very intuitive controls, because the thing about Versus System cabinets, they're designed so that you could switch out the games. They all have the same generic controls. It's not like Versus cabinets had unique controls for the specific game, because they all had to work with various games that had different control styles, but they were all based on NES titles, so they all knew whatever game we put on this will work if we have a you know, 8-way joystick and B and A buttons. So it, I technically have better controls than what this ever actually had in the arcade, because in the arcade, you were basically moving the joystick. No, excuse me, it wasn't like, on the joystick, you move the B and A buttons Now, in this version, well, in versus Pinball General, you can't pause because it is an arcade game. And in high score mode specifically, they make it so that because this is an emulated version, they do have a pause feature. But in this high score mode specifically, if you interrupt the game, they make you restart the entire game. I guess so everyone's on an equal playing field. They make it so that you have to play in one single run if you're playing for high score mode. Because in regular mode, you can pause it, but your scores aren't recorded to the global leaderboards. Ooh, okay. And all that is to say, my only chances to grab a sip of water are in between balls and in between games. Or when you get the ball return, when you get the ball save. Because if you hit the eggs on the lower table enough times, Bubbles from Clue Clue Land, who does not appear in the NES version of this, yeah, Bubbles will appear, and she'll rescue the ball for you from in the gutter. And that animation is very long, so that gives me a chance to grab some water if I need some. Yeah, so the NES version doesn't have that warbling in the background, which I think does have a lot of character to the game. Now, those chickens down there. So, Feng, have you seen any of my previous pinball streams? I forgot if you were there or not, because especially in the pinball streams, you tend to look at what's being said in chat rather than who's saying it. But, okay, so in the NES version, like the main difference is, I can show you here. Well, this version, if you let it sit there, eventually the ball will... Actually, I'm gonna move chat a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna move it over there a bit. Yeah. In the NES, in the arcade version, eventually the ball will launch automatically. Now that hole on the left, on the right of the screen there, if I launch the ball into that hole, or if it falls into that hole rather, it will drop the pinball out of the bonus hole on the upper right onto the lower table. Oh, that was quick. That was embarrassing. That was pretty quick. But in the NES version, if you got the hole into that ball in the hole in the upper table, it just launched the ball back. It just popped it back up into the upper table. Here they made it harder because that hole will instead drop the ball into the lower table. So having more ways to have the ball go to the lower table makes it a bit of a harder experience. But this is one of the few games where I believe the harder version is more enjoyable and better balanced. Because I'm not an extreme challenge type gamer. Now, for these, now the pop bumper here, you get a lot of points if you get good physics and have the ball jumping back and forth. Now these, if I flip all those end cards up there, I will get the Royal Flush, which will give me the outlane stoppers, the gutter blocker, and a bunch of bonus points. So, and that lets me stay on the lower table pretty much indefinitely. Now these three chutes up here, these three lanes, they give you the points indicated. The targets on the left, see, look, now that I got shot into the lower table. You see the numbers 1 through 7 on the left there. If I hit all of those targets, it'll make that pink door on the right of the table vanish. Okay. Which will give me an opportunity, if I could launch the ball back in there, to launch the ball back up onto the upper table. Turning out all the lights in that tunnel on the left. Turning out those lights will make the seals bounce the balls in their noses. I get bonus points for that. Yeah, this isn't, it's funny, the soundtrack here is the warbling sound effect, it is a pretty good... Most of the audio, the sound effects are the same as the NES version. That warbling in the background does add a lot of character to it, in my opinion, because the NES version is otherwise silent during gameplay. Now, this was made by Satoru Iwata, and actually, why don't I bring up... Actually, I'll do it at the end of this ball. This game was basically made by Satoru Iwata and another fellow I forgot, and a third person did the music. But the other programmer is a very famous, well, very noted, not famous, but very noted engineer in Japan, who's actually now, I believe he's doing something really auspicious, like he's helping to engineer and program medical robots or something like that. But yeah, this was one of the probably one of the more notable video games that guy has to his credit. I did not remember his name, unfortunately. I need to add their names to the ticker down there, because they deserve. This is one of those arcade type games where there's no real in-game credits, so the work of those is kind of went as uncredible work. Yeah, it's something that, you know, saves lives and makes a lot of money, so bless him for it. I forgot. I don't know if that's what he's doing. It's something it's some really, like, significant work. And, I do, like, if you compare this to the, it's interesting, because I kind of see this progression. Like, you have the Atari 2600 pinball game, then you have the Intellivision pinball game, and then you have this launch Famicom game. And those three games sort of demonstrate the level of technology as it advanced over time, to having something very crude with the Atari version, and then with the Intellivision version, it's still crude, but it's more ambitious. It's a wider kind of pinball game. It's not tall like a true table like this one is. But then by the time you have here, you do have. And I do like the Intellivision pinball game, and what I find about those early 8-bit pinball games in general, like this one, and then the Intellivision one. The television one, I think, maybe most of all. But it has that... Oh, actually, while I'm doing this, I could show off some of my, I've got some, Oh, no, that's not... That's just a... Here we go. This is what I wanted to show off. So this is the flyer... in catalogs where people could order their arcade stuff, like if you owned it like a laundromat or a bar or something, you would order different games, because the Versus system was kind of interchangeable, and that's the cool thing. Like, if you have a game that's in your cabinet and it's not making a lot of money, you could change it out for something more popular. So, and most of these Versus system cabinets were sort of 2-in-1, and so and this. Oh, excuse me. Did I? Alright, I fixed my webcam. So I just want to blow this up a bit and show it off. So this one has, we're advertising Versus Pinball, non-stop action, scores bonus profits, then Versus Golf, long-lasting appeal is par for the course. And so we have this leather jacket, you know, denim pants, you know, leather boots, greaser guy, and this golf player here. And so, so I'll read the write-up for the copy here for Versus Pinball. Nintendo adds another innovation to its Versus system of interchangeable games. Now this is Versus Golf and Versus Pinball, a 200 Versus Pack release that combines two exciting new games in one cabinet. You get the play and action of double the profit potential. Just a fraction of the price of buying a new game. You can update your Versus system with Versus Golf / Versus Pinball or other selections from the growing library of Versus Pack game programs. Each has the innovative, I said that sort of British style. The innovative play and long-lasting appeal has kept Nintendo at the top of the earnings points. Earnings polls, rather. And Super Mario Brothers was available through this system, and it was actually not a very popular game at first. Like, if you have a bar or something like that, you could choose, okay, I could get Versus Excite Bike, which is a motorcycle game, a motocross motorcycle arcade game, or I can get this weird cartoony game where there's a plumber running around, he's jumping on chestnuts and eating mushrooms. Like, the Excitebike was actually the easier sell for arcade owners, because this was before Super Mario Brothers was a big hit. And in fact, depending on which part of North America you lived in, you might have actually been exposed to the Versus system version of, like, as it goes, from what I hear, from from anecdotal stories of people reminiscing, it seems like Versus Super Mario Brothers is more popular in places like Chuck E. Cheese that were catered to children more. Yeah, I guess he owns a horse, right? Yeah, because he had the sort of cowboy boots going on. Yeah, from what I hear, it seems like, and I actually have a picture of my brother and my father playing Versus Super Mario Brothers in a Chuck E. Cheese in what must have been maybe 91 or 92, so that would have been a relatively, that would have been an arcade cabinet that would have been out in the wild for a few years by then. I was around then. I think I was in the Chuck E. Cheese with them, I just wasn't in that photo. And it's sort of weird saying, like, I mean, the Versus system arcade cabinets were a success, but they weren't especially widespread, and they're not something you see in the wild a lot these days, unless you go to, like, a kind of museum, like one of those destination arcades that kind of specializes in older historical cabinets. Yeah, from what I heard, depending on which part of the country you were in, which part of the North America you were in, a lot of people were actually exposed to Versus Super Mario Brothers in the arcade before they even heard about the NES, because the NES kind of had a staggered rollout in North America, where it was kind of by region. Like, I know it launched first in New York City, and then it gradually trickled out in other major cities throughout the country, then it kind of spread out from there. And some places actually had Versus Super Mario Brothers before they even before Nintendo started marketing the NES in that region. So pre-internet, you didn't know that there was like an NES until they started marketing it in your region. So I heard a couple of anecdotal stories about people who were kids, in the early to mid 80s, being like hearing about the NES for the first time, or seeing it in commercials or something like that, and telling their friends like, oh my gosh, there's a Nintendo made a home, because Nintendo was a name in the arcades at the time, not so much in the homes at that point, because the NES wasn't released yet. And so some people were like, who were exposed to Super Mario Brothers through the arcade version, and didn't know that it was based on a home console game on a home console called Famicom in Japan. We're like, oh my gosh, there's a new Nintendo home system, and it has a perfect port of Super Mario Brothers on it. And this is also at a time when, like, arcade-accurate home ports were still a kind of a new idea, or sort of a rarity at the time. So, NES was actually, kind of, like, a lot of people got NES because they knew it had what they thought of being an arcade-perfect version of Super Mario Brothers, not realizing they're actually playing the original version of what they played in the arcade. The arcade version being a harder, remixed version of Super Mario Brothers, specifically made to eat up more quarters. And apparently, from what I heard from anecdotal stories from some people in the development team, that remixing to make a harder version of Super Mario Brothers was so much fun for them that inspired them to make Super Mario Brothers 2, what we know in the West as the Lost Levels. And so Super Mario Brothers 2 was sort of made by that team from the standpoint of, hey, let's make a new Super Mario Brothers game for people who have already mastered the first game. So, like, if Super Mario Brothers 1 continued on from World 8 and started at World 9 onward, it was kind of the mindset of making Super Mario Brothers 2. Meanwhile, Doki Doki Panic was made by a lot of this, basically the same dev team as I understand it, and was being made from the standpoint of, let's, like, progress on the Super Mario Brothers formula. Because I remember around 2000, 2000 or 2001 or so, when a lot of people started getting on the internet and getting access to information we otherwise weren't aware of, is when people started realizing, like, I remember when the Mushroom Kingdom fan site, which still exists today, I believe, when they came out with their article explaining about the history of Doki Doki Panic and how it was transformed into the Western version of Super Mario Bros. 2, and that lost Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels game, which was kind of presented as though they were just unreleased levels of Super Mario Bros., was actually released in Japan as Super Mario Bros. 2. And that version of Super Mario Bros. 2 we had was based on Doki Doki Panic, which was a game that Nintendo made in collaboration with a Fuji TV for a tie-in for a World's Fair type event that Fuji TV held in Japan in the mid-'80s. And so at the time it was kind of almost like scandalous. It's like, what? We were tricked. This has nothing to do with Mario? No wonder it was so weird. We have Shy Guys instead of Goombas, and no wonder, like, there were so many interesting characters that were nothing like something from a normal Mario game. Me personally, me and my friends, we kind of just thought it was cool learning the history of this game and why it's so different from other Mario games. And it was made as, and like even, I read some period reviews at the time that were translated from Japanese, basically saying to treat this game as though it were the next Super Mario Bros. Title. You know, and actually, like, improves on the graphics and presentation and editing mechanics, whereas Mario Bros. 2, or Lost Levels, as it was known in Japan, was more conservative and just sort of, you know, just adding new levels to the first Super Mario Bros. Something that would probably be more like DLC in the modern context. But in a world where there's no standard for what a sequel to Mario Bros. Was, you know, that's just, okay, this is Mario Bros. 2. It's just harder levels with very, very slightly different graphics. You know, and things like the wind effects. But I'm not sure if the wind effects are something the NES would handle on its own. Because Super Mario Bros. 2 in Japan was a disk system game, not a regular Famicom game. Now, what I thought was cool, what was I getting? I was going to say, so there's something I wanted to get into that I forgot. I was talking about Super Mario Bros. 2 and how it was released on Famicom, and it turned into Doki Doki Panic. Yeah, I was getting at something, and I just kind of forgot about it. Oh hey, oh yeah, Thursday is, I think, Tuesday, no, I think next week I'm streaming on Wednesday. Yeah, you didn't miss anything. We're just warming up. You missed the first half hour, because I went on at, I think, 9 in your local time zone. And so, we've just been, playing, going back into Versus Pinball. I'm gonna play for another half hour, and then we'll get into, okay, we're gonna do an hour of Versus Pinball. Then we'll get into, oh, shucks. Well, at least we'll get the 1,000 points for, the ball exiting the bonus stage. Yeah, so we'll play another half hour of this, then I'll play 2 hours of Super Mario 3D World with a 10-minute break in between. And then once the 2 hours of Super Mario 3D World is up, then we'll move on to about an hour of Bowser's Fury, and then we'll call the stream. I may end up getting towards the end of the, if I make as much progress in 3D World today as I did a week ago, then we may end up getting close to the end of the main single-player campaign, like the primary campaign in 3D World. But if 3D World is anything like 3D Land, there are lots of, there's kind of an extra world that unlocks. Now, if I strike the ball with my, well, if I strike those eggs down there enough, like striking the eggs, and hatching the chicks. Hatching 3 chicks at once gets me the outlink stoppers on the left and right. Getting the 3 purple chicks hatched at once, that earns me a ball save, and you saw that right there when Bubbles from Clue Land rescued my ball for me. It's a nice long animation, so if I need to take a drink, because I can't pause this version of the game, you devour the entire king cake. I pretty much expected so, because that did look pretty tasty. Yesterday, I was feeling like a moron yesterday. So I ordered some pizza from a certain national pizza chain that I won't name. And I ordered and consumed what was said to be pizza, and I wasn't feeling that great to begin with, so I decided, hey, I'll go order a pizza. It'll be fun, and I'll feel great. And plus, it was like just about noon, and I hadn't eaten breakfast, which was kind of a rarity for me. And the reason I hadn't eaten breakfast is I wasn't feeling that good to begin with. So I went and got a pizza, knowing that it was not it wasn't high quality food, and certainly not high quality pizza. And that just made me feel even sicker for the rest of the day. And finally, later in the evening, I was able to relieve myself of the pizza. Now, what I decided to do was like, okay, I ordered a pizza I knew was crap, now I feel bad. And I basically felt all day long that I need to relieve myself of this pizza at some point, because I felt like this does need to be in my stomach, and eventually, but my body was holding it down for the time, so I was like, you know what, I'll order some good food. So I went on Postmates, which I don't do all that often, and I ordered a plate of food from a soul food restaurant. And they're a really good place, and when they do delivery orders, they like seal it. They do it in this like plastic sealed bag, so it's like, you know, it's definitely like untouched from the restaurant, which is cool. Not that I'm too paranoid about stuff like that, because with the food, the types of food I'd order, you could very easily tell if someone's tampered with it or like ate some or anything weird like that. But the sealed bag was cool. But when I got it, I was like, I know this is a plate of actual high-quality food, but I could tell by the mood my stomach's in, like, yeah, I should not eat this tonight, so I have a good plate of, some good stick-to-your-ribs type food, which is not, I don't need a whole lot of that. Yeah, gluten-free or not, the type of pizza and from the chain I ordered from is not good, something good you should be eating anyway. So, you know, it's like you could do a gluten-free or reduced, it's like you could only, it's kind of like, you know, like polishing a turd, where it's like, you know, like, you could only do so much to this, and it's a slightly better version of really crap, like, fast food at the end of the day. So, like, and I wasn't feeling good to begin with, so it's like, I wasn't feeling good, and I admit that reordering from this chain was probably based on positive memories I have, positive associations with that brand of pizza, pizza provider, and, you know, in response to, you know, in memories of, like, oh, going to parties and celebrations or whatever. So honestly, I wish I had Chuck E. Cheese pizza instead. I know Chuck E. Cheese pizza is kind of like a meme, but honestly, for, like, mass-produced crap fast food pizza, Chuck E. Cheese is better than a lot of other options out there. You know, so I've got, like, not so much now that they're, like, reopened, but during, like, the lockdowns, like, you could get a large pizza from them for half off, and the place was empty, and they were, like, staffing, like, their restaurants with, like, one cook and one cashier. So it's like there's no one there, and, like, they put, like, a table out, like, halfway across the building, so it's like, you walk up, you put your card in, you step back, then they step forward, they put the pizza down and step back. It was, like, probably one of the safest places you could actually get a pizza at the time. I mean, it's crap fast food pizza, and, like, honestly, like, I saw a video, like, you can find videos of this place online. There's a North Korean propaganda video, and, about this pizza, like, well, since, the reign of Kim Jong-un, he has now, permitted, North Korean citizens in the capital to eat pizza. Now, of course, him and his father have a private chef that does nothing but, like, they have, like, a chef from Italy to make pizzas for him, and they have a chef from Japan that just does all their sushi for him. You know, but of course, if a normal North Korean citizen eats pizza, then they could get sent to a gulag for eating, you know, on a foreign food without official approval or whatever. But no, they allow people in the capital, so like party officials and like military generals and like their families. And so they have this video where they visit this what they called an Italian restaurant. And they were explaining pizzas, and I'm like, who are you making this for? Because they clearly intended this for an international audience to show off the refined lifestyle of North Korean citizens, but then, like, but they're explaining pizza like it's a new concept, which would be only really apply to a lot of people in the country. But anyway, it's basically, like, it was no different. They basically presented it like, oh, it's this famous Italian restaurant, you know, where the people, the comrades live a refined life and go to this fine Italian restaurant. And it was basically like a food court, like it was a mall food court pizza stand. It was like the equivalent of like a Sbarro's or something, where there was like a little counter and some tables. And it was like literally in a mall-like environment. It was really weird. Of course, it was empty. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds a lot better than the actual pizza that was in the video. And it was basically just like a food court, like it was like a mall food court quality pizza, but it didn't even look that good. Like, it was the lamest looking pizza I've ever seen, and it was probably still, better looking and probably better tasting than the pizza that I ordered from this restaurant. And I don't want to specify because I don't want to, anyone who enjoys this pizza, and mind you, I enjoy it more than I should, so if it's a guilty pleasure for you, I don't want to specify which brand of pizza it is, because like I said, it went out the same way it came in, to put it, as politely as possible, if that's even possible. And when I got rid of the pizza, I definitely felt an improvement. I'm like, finally, I've gotten rid of this. I didn't feel like, oh no, I've like hacked up a pizza. I felt like, thank God I don't have to deal with that anymore, because it just felt yucky in my stomach. So today I was feeling much better, and I had shredded wheat for breakfast. Not frosted mini wheats, but just plain, unsweetened, like, big biscuit shredded wheat. And what I do with that is I put the biscuits, the biscuits, it's like, they're like this big, and the three, and it came in an envelope. It made me sick, but when I got sick, I felt better, because, like, it was very clear that it didn't need to be in my body. Unfortunately, it sat there all day. It took, like, basically all day for my body to finally be like, alright, I'm not bothering to digest this, we're getting rid of this. So, yeah, it's not like I got food poisoning or anything, so, with the state of the world today, like, just eating some bad pizza and feeling yucky for a few hours and, like, having to nap all day, there are worse things that could happen to you, so I'll take what I can get. Wow, will we actually save Pauline for the first time this stream? Let's see. Alright. Yeah, in the official manual for the NES version of this game, they refer to these targets in the middle as bingo lamps. Yeah, even while I was eating it, I knew it was a bad idea, so... But I just kept eating it, because now I don't want to waste my money. So for dinner, I'll have a good plate of, what did I order? I ordered mac and cheese, and green beans, and mashed potatoes, so... Lots of, really, comfort food type stuff. All, freshly prepared. I mean, it's a day old, but it's like, you know, it didn't come off a conveyor belt like a fast food pizza does, where they have a little conveyor belt oven and everything. Okay. Excuse me. Yawning a bit. I'm not. This isn't boring. This is really fun. Yeah, in about 16 minutes, we'll switch over to Mario 3D World and play for another hour, and then I'll take my break. Let's see how high up we can get that. Okay. Well, I'm not staying away from, well, I don't eat pizza. I like it, but I don't eat it all the time anyway. But I finally, occasionally I have to, like, sort of discipline myself. I'm like, alright, I'm deleting their app from the store, from my phone, to make it that much, so that hopefully if I ever think, hey, I want to go to that pizza place again, I want to order pizza from them again, in the time it takes for me to go to the app store, re-download the app, and then log in again, I'll have enough time to think, wait, do I really want pizza from that place again? That I always, like, consistently, I order pizza from there, I know I won't like it, I get it, I eat it, I don't like it, I think, like, why did I bother doing that again? You know, when I knew I wouldn't like it. And then this time, I got sick afterwards, so. Yeah, I'll just order fresher pizza from more legitimate establishments. You know, in maybe a month, or whenever I next want to get some pizza. Because I always, yeah, only on one occasion have I eaten at a restaurant since the virus started, and that's because I had. Hey, we got Royal Flush on our very last ball of this game. Unless I could earn some. Oh, I might have a bonus. I forgot if I've earned my bonus ball yet. But now I want to stay on this lower table and see if I can. Oh no, I didn't. Doggone. If I had my outlane stoppers. Yeah. Now I do take a screenshot. I try to take a screenshot at the end of each game so that I could look back through my screenshots on the Switch and add these games to my totals and calculate my latest average. Yeah, like, for burgers, like, I like Burger King because, well, A, their fries are cooked in vegetable oil, so the fries are vegetarian-friendly, whereas McDonald's and Wendy's are not. They use some beef fat in their vegetable, in their, the oil they cook the fries in. So, and plus, I really, even before, like, well, we're talking, like, getting on 20 years ago now anyway, but well, just a little under 20 years, I guess, about. Yeah, Burger King I found to have better fries anyway than McDonald's, but that aside, Burger King has a vegetarian burger, they have a veggie burger option, and McDonald's doesn't, so I like McDonald's for their breakfast stuff, because I do eat eggs, so I could get, like, you know, scrambled eggs and hotcakes, or an egg McMuffin with no Canadian bacon, or an egg and cheese biscuit, or something like that. But I don't, that's very rare, and like I said, that's just, like, breakfast. And that's only when I'm, like, on the go, and, like, doing something, and I'm, like, out early, and it's like, okay, let me run to McDonald's and get something I could eat in my car. Like, yeah, it's weird, like... Yeah, I don't even know if I'll be around on St. Patrick's Day. Like, I don't even... Yeah, I have no idea. I'm probably not gonna stream on St. Patrick's Day. If I do, it'll be coincidental, like when I streamed on Mardi Gras, because I didn't really plan for that. If it is, I don't think I have any green shirts or anything really green anymore. I used to have, like in high school, I had a green. I actually like that 1-up shirt. It's a green shirt with a Mario mushroom, like the 1-up mushroom, and it says 1-up. Miyamoto was wearing that shirt when he came out on stage during E3 2004 after the reveal of Twilight Princess. Well, the then unnamed Zelda game. But I actually had that shirt before Miyamoto wore it, because that was right at the start of Nintendo and video game shirts becoming widely available. I found that shirt at Hot Topic, I think. And it was right at the beginning of those shirts kind of becoming more widely available. As I remember once, I was in a Hot Topic, and they had a Super Mario Brothers shirt. I don't have it anymore. I think I have a picture of me in high school wearing it. But it was kind of like, wow, they have a Super Mario Brothers t-shirt. And, like, you just, like, in around 2003 or so, I think, you really just didn't see things like that a lot at the time. It was kind of a big deal to be able to, like, oh, I could get a shirt with, like, Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, like, I could eat cheese, but I guess, like, either drinking, like, milk as a beverage, or... yeah, drinking milk as a beverage, or having a milkshake, or having ice cream, as I guess is just too close to not... I guess it's not, like, processed anything, whereas cheese is technically, like, already partially digested. To the point where I, really... yeah, it's not a big... it's not a problem where, like, I'm in pain or sick of it. It's just that, like, milkshakes and, like, drinking cow's milk, it kind of just messes with my stomach a lot, so I use Silk for that. Will I be doing a discussion on the recent Nintendo Direct? Well, this is now a discussion on the recent Nintendo Direct. I got to see it live, but I had to do an appointment. I was in between appointments, so I really couldn't stream it or anything. I considered trying to do a mini-stream for it, but it's like, it didn't quite work out. And this is the first full-fledged Nintendo Direct since I started streaming, really, I believe. Because they've been various mini-directs or game-specific directs, but now that general full-fledged Nintendo Direct. I liked what I saw. It was a surprise that they are remaking and localizing the a couple of the Famicom Detective Club games. Skyward. Let's see, like. Mario Golf was interesting, like the new mode where you're all playing golf at once and racing to each hole. That looked very interesting, and then you're like walking, you know, you actually control the character between the holes. That was very interesting. I'm never gonna buy or play that game. I played, the only Mario sports game I really played, I played Mario's Tennis on Virtual Boy, and Mario Tennis on N64. And I liked Mario Tennis on N64 a lot, I just haven't played any Mario sports games since then. Unless you count Mario Kart as being a motorsports title. But yeah, I enjoyed... really, Mario Tennis N64 is the only tennis games I ever played. The only Mario sports games I ever played. And I liked it a lot. One of the only tennis games I ever played, too, not counting Wii Tennis. Oh, I think that's our high... oh, actually, I think that's... yeah, I think that's our high score. I think we're on the path to, I don't think we got 10K yet today. And if I can get a Royal Flush. Oh yeah, Bravely Default 2. I'm not big into hardcore traditional RPGs. But, I know I have memories of watching my friend play Saga Frontier. So that might be a fun game to try, even though I probably would never beat it. You know, unless, I don't know if they'll let you, but I would still like to play, hey, 100K. I think that's our first 100k. Today's our first 100k game with only like 7 minutes left. And I think that's... No, I already have the Final Fantasy Legend games, so I have a personal history with the first Final Fantasy Legend on Game Boy. So I'd like to... I already made... Actually, I'll give a sneak preview of it now. Where is it? Yeah, so I've actually have a layout for Final Fantasy Legend ready to go. But I probably... No. There we go. So, but I'll probably play it on stream, but not anytime soon. I want to get through Paper Mario first, and then I'll be... And, like, Paper Mario is... I want to finish it. We're about halfway through where we're at now. Well, once we finish Mario... Like, the stream schedule that I talked about before is what I'm keeping with for now. I want to get through Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury. At least the main campaigns in both of those titles. And then I'll do a stream where... I might do a stream... I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a couple of streams where for like 2 hours... Because I've been pretty alright with doing longer streams lately. Like, did a longer gameplay stream specifically. So last week, I played 2 hours of 3D World and then 2 hours of Bowser's Fury. This next... so I'm trying that a 4-hour gameplay stream again today, not counting like break time and my hold screen at the beginning of the stream and stuff like that. So I might do a stream where I do 2 hours of Stinger, then 2 hours of Fantasy Zone, and just do maybe 2 weeks of streams where I do give 2 hours to each of those games. And with the magic of the broadcast delay, I probably mentioned Stinger the very second that after you typed it in the chat there. So Mario 3D World, because it would be cool to do streams where you have 2 hours to Fantasy Zone, and 2 hours to Stinger, then 2 hours to Fantasy Zone, because those are like Fantasy Zone and Stinger are kind of like what I perceive to be kind of the two quintessential cute-em-up shooter games, and they're both on the congruent and competing 8-bit systems of the time. So it'd be cool to compare the two of them. I played a little bit of the NES, or rather the Super Famicom. No. I played a little of the Master System version of Fantasy Zone on the Wii Virtual Console. I never really played the arcade version, and I have the arcade version on the Switch. But I have Stinger. I have that on the Wii U. I never played it before. I never owned the cartridge, but I do have it on Wii U. So we can play, a Twin Bee game. The Stinger is a retitled version of... It was a retitled Twin Bee game for Famicom. It wasn't the first Twin Bee game. The first Twin Bee was in arcades. If I could find a compilation, a playable version of the arcade Twin Bee. Like, if I could find... If I were to play... If I were to play Fantasy Zone Famicom... Fantasy Zone for Master System on the Wii Virtual Console, then I think it would be fairer to compare that to Stinger on the NES. And then if I were to play Fantasy Zone on arcade, it would be fairer to compare that to the first Twin Bee game. The game that Stinger is part of, the series that Stinger is part of, and to compare the arcade versions to each other, and then compare the... Oh, you have the actual Stinger NES card? It's one of those games that, if I did find, like, because when I was into NES, I was buying a lot of my NES games from little flea markets, on Surf Avenue in, Brooklyn, in Coney Island. And so I didn't really, and you didn't really have, I had internet access, but I have to go to the library and look games up, and you were lucky if you could even find what a game looked like. Like, for instance, like with Super Mario Bros. 2, I found web pages talking about Super Mario Bros. 2. Aside from the title screen, I never knew what the game looked like until I actually found the cartridge and played it. So, there's early internet, there's Googles around, but there's no Google images, and then a lot of web pages were very minimal on screenshots and images to because most people are connecting on 56K. Alright, let's see how long we can make this game last. So that, all that being said, like, if I see Stinger, I'm just like, it's probably a game, like Maniac Mansion, for instance. That's a well-known game. I hadn't known its reputation, or, you know, it was a well-regarded game. I just saw, like, Maniac Mansion, never heard of it. Let's give it a shot. This is like 99, 2000, 2001-ish when I was getting into NES. So at the time, NES seemed like ancient history, but now, like, the generation of games that were out in, like, 99... The generation of consoles that was around in 2000, 2001 is now older than the NES was at the time I was buying these NES games. It's kind of crazy to think about. Like, someone posted recently, like, the NES review, like, the Angry Video Game Nerd review of Simon's Quest on the NES is now as old as Simon's Quest was when James Rolfe made that review. And at the time, like, you know, like, what, 2004, I think, the first AVGN episode, which was Simon's Quest, at the time he made that, Simon's Quest, like NES in general in 2004 seemed like ancient history. And now his review of that is as old as the game was at the time. Hey, 50K for our last full-fledged game. Oh, 50K and going. I'm not gonna push it. I'm gonna stick strictly to the timer. And let's see how far we can get before time runs out. At 0, I'm going to take my hands off the flippers and let the ball void out. Hey, we turn off the lights and we got the seals bouncing the balls in their noses. Yeah, I have never actually played Stinger before. The only gameplay of Stinger I ever saw was a video I saw that was a... Hey, perfect timing. So only had 10 seconds left anyway. And so our current... I don't think we improved our placing at all. Let's check out down at the bottom of this listing. We've got... There's... Oh, STSH. There I am. I'm still at 98th place. So I'm just going to get up. I'm just going to switch games over to Bowser's Fury. I'm going to give myself a 30-second stretch break. I'll take a proper 10-minute stretch break a little later. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Alright, back to our seats. And while I boot up, well, first off, I have to change my audio settings slightly for 3D World. We need my audio needs to be at 26. Gamer needs to be at 24.0. And my microphone needs to be at 5.0. Yeah, I fine-tune all my audio settings for each game. And now all I have to do is just change the title. Change the category. Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, which they have now actually added the box art to. Yeah, it's been a while. You know what? That has a lot to do with it. This is the first stream since I started Paper Mario where I actually changed games mid-stream. Because I use the test card when I'm changing games or changing consoles. But then I use my my away screen when I'm actually like on break. Okay, so alright, we're ready to go. And we'll do our break in, we'll give it 61 minutes. Give myself that extra minute. Now this is my first time playing this game. Well, it's not my first time playing it. I mean, I played up to the start of World 1 back on the Wii U. Yeah, I played up to the start of World 1 on Wii U. And now I did go off, I did play, oh my goodness, I did not mean to do that. Excuse me. There we go. I definitely did not mean to do that. I thought I would... I did do a little off-stream gameplay, where I just went back to some of the early levels. What's this? I have no idea what this is. Okay. Yeah, I went back and grabbed some green stars in some of the earlier stages. There we go. Now we can... Yeah, we made it to the start of World 4. So, you gotta make sure to change off of Toad. Because in, like, Super Mario Bros. 2, I think Toad made a lot more sense because, you know, he has the fast fast digging and lifting and throwing action. But in this game, he's just fast. There's not real much of a... Yeah, yeah, this is all new to me here. Okay, I see there's... Okay, the cat suit probably let me find that they're a lot easier. Oh, and speak of the devil. Okay. Now, what is up here? Yeah, I just went off stream and grabbed a few green stars. Because if green stars are like the coins, well, like the giant coins that there are per stage of in 3D Land, we're eventually going to need those to unlock some of the later stages in the game. Oh yeah, I didn't mention that. Skyward Sword released in HD. I'm happy for it. I know some people were upset. They wanted like a remake, an HD remake of Ocarina of Time, or even just an up-res version of Ocarina of Time. I think I'm probably more excited about... I don't know, I feel like I'm just as excited about this as I would have been over it. Now, Skyward Sword, I got it at launch, and honestly, I got up to, like, just before the first dungeon. It's the only 3D Zelda that really didn't grab my attention, and it's a Zelda game that I was hyped for and this is the Zelda game I wanted since the Wii was revealed. I wanted a Zelda game with one-to-one motion controls. You know, I was so excited for the release of the game. Like, when I completed Twilight Princess, I was like, oh man, like, Twilight Princess seemed to be building up. The ending to me implied, okay, we're doing another, you know, big, epic, adventuring Zelda game where maybe Link will leave Hyrule and explore the lands beyond. And I was basically imagining Breath of the Wild before that game existed. Or, like, you know, I want a big, huge world to explore with, you know, because at the time that Twilight Princess was new, I actually liked the world, the Hyrule field, and I still like it for what it is, but I can appreciate, like, it just feels like a big empty world. But at the time, given the expectations at the time, the world that I was presented with in Twilight Princess was very satisfying and epic to explore on horseback. You know, it's more of what I was hoping for from the start. And, okay, looks like something... This is time to bring out the cat suit. Yeah, they should almost have... I really almost feel like they should have made this a wall that you could only climb... You can't climb with the cat suit. And, because this looks like a pretty cool platforming challenge that they set up right here. Now, I just have... I want to turn up my personal volume for the game a bit. Based on my experience with the last stream, this audio should be balanced good for my volume, for my mic, and the volume for the game. Alright. Oh my gosh. Almost got the green star, not quite though. So that being said, like, so I wanted a Twilight Princess that, I mean, I wanted a Twilight Princess successor where you had a huge open world to explore and maybe enhanced sword control. And because the thing, like, enhanced sword controls was something I cared about for a long time. Like, even before, like, the Wii and motion controls, I had this thought, like, you know, like, there was, at one point, when there was very little information about Zelda for GameCube, before it was even known as Wind Waker, back when all we knew was the infamous, well, the now infamous, reveal of the game, where they first revealed the cel-shaded art style, what was being called Zelda, C-E-L-D-A. One of the rumors was that, oh, you would control the sword, like, using the C-stick. And that sounded so cool to me. I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to have this combat. I hope that rumor was true, because I hope you have this combat where you can swing the sword around with the right analog stick. Because, like, imagine how more complex they can make the sword play. And so I was always interested in having more precise control of Link's sword, using some sort of analog, some sort of dynamic method, as opposed to just tapping a button. And Twilight Princess, when it got revealed, announced to be, you know, being moved to being a dual release for GameCube and Wii, seemed like they were heading in that direction. But as we know, with the traditional, with the base Wii remote, your sword controls in Twilight Princess, the motion controls for the sword were basically just substituting. You're just shaking the controller instead of pressing a button. It was cool at the time, but it didn't really add much to the gameplay in a meaningful way. So when it's like, okay, a new Zelda game for the Wii, a game, well, first I was excited because Twilight Princess, yeah, that was a GameCube game, but the Wii is more powerful than GameCube. Just looking at the jump between Mario Sunshine and Mario Galaxy, like, it's a more powerful system, so you can have better graphics. And oh my gosh, I did not mean to do that. Okay. I want to play as Mario. He's the most generic character. Mario Bros. 2, I think, added more incentive to have unique characters. But, there we go. That's what I want to play as. Mario. So, a new Zelda game made from the ground up for Wii, with better graphics than Twilight Princess, and with, you know, Wii Motion Plus sword controls. It was something that really excited me. And so with the reveal of the game, and it's weird, and I still kind of stand by this, it's like Skyward Sword to a certain extent, like the graphics and the appearance of it, almost is like kind of like the most generic, and I say that, and I still stand by that that Skyward Sword has, I mean, the art style aged very well, and it's one of those games where, like, the look of Skyward Sword really pushed the Wii to its limit and made a game that did not look totally, you know, in an era, especially as you got later into the generation, where, you know, you're seeing what HD visuals can provide for different games on the HD consoles. Those games, okay. Oh my gosh, that's a cool challenge right there. I could have cheesed it with the cat suit, but I chose not to. Oh my gosh. There we go. Yeah. I just couldn't really... By the time I realized I really probably needed... That looks like a fun challenge right there. So, but, for having a game that was still limited by the constraints of a standard def system, Skyward Sword really was the best, really great-looking Zelda game. But all the same, I still at the same time, especially with the initial E3 2011 reveal trailer, when they really didn't even show the Loftwing or anything like that, it's almost like Skyward Sword was kind of the most generic. It was like the most generic. It's like they made a Zelda game whose appearance and presentation was kind of based on the most generic preconception of what 3D Zelda games were like. And the same way that you could say that the Super Mario 3D Land and 3D World were kind of Mario games based on the most generic perception of what 3D Mario is like. And I say that liking the presentation styles for both 3D, the Super Mario 3D games and for Skyward Sword, even though I didn't like Skyward Sword itself. I like the visuals and the presentation a lot. Oh, I see. That's very clearly. There we go. Am I getting... Okay, I had to check to see if I was going to get a green star out of the deal as well, but I did find a stamp. So, like, Skyward Sword, I was really excited for, you know, using motion control for, you know, like, wow, even the... Okay. Wow, the poison even doesn't let you survive. I mean, the poison even takes you out even if you have the Starman invincibility power up. But then when I actually got Skyward Sword home and was playing it, like I said, and I have sort of full story spoilers for Skyward Sword, and the idea of a Zelda game at the very beginning of the Legend of Zelda timeline, a Zelda game really made specifically to address timeline and lore issues, I was excited about as well. And it became clear that this was, like, the beginning of the timeline. I don't know, like, Skyward Sword has the same thing that Twilight Princess had, where it has a very kind of slow tutorial... Oh, man. I didn't successfully predict which way the piranha plant vine was heading. So, yeah, so I lost a light there. Yeah, there's very slow introduction section where you're playing through a lot of tutorial stuff, and you just want to get into combat with the sword as soon as possible. Where they're making you do a lot of minigame stuff where you have to learn to use the Loftwing, and then you have to do this, and run a favor for that guy, and very hand-holdy tutorial type stuff. And it got worse with Vi, even though I didn't play that much further into the game, but, like, by the time I made it to the ground, basically, like, honestly, because the overworld exploration was some of my favorite... It was always a lot of my favorite parts of Zelda games, so as soon as I realized that this sort of sky thing where you're riding the Loftwing was the substitute for an overworld, where the sky portion was kind of just an interactive level select screen more than anything else. Once I realized that, I lost a lot of interest in the game, and then when I sort of, like, realized what the flow of the game would be like and how the story was going to... Now, on one hand, it has the strongest story of any 3D Zelda game, even to this day, you could argue. But, like, just, you know, knowing the flow of the game, if I actually played through the game, I would have been frustrated with that. And I think they were getting kind of overboard with the motion control stuff. Yeah, like, the motion control was what I wanted, like, for the sword, the combat. And some of the items where it felt intuitive, but then when I'm like having to flap my arms like to flap the Loftwing's wings, I have to use motion control to flap the wings of a bird just to move through the game substitute for an overworld. I was like, it was getting too, like, it went over, and like having to do the motion control for the keys. And I'm like, alright, they went too far with the motion controls, because everyone wanted, and they announced the Wii, and really initially, I think the motion control that we got with Wii Motion Plus was what a lot of people were expecting. People were when people first saw the Wii, they were expecting the level of acuity that would only become realized with Wii Motion Plus. Like, when we heard that Twilight Princess would have motion controls for Link's Sword and Shield, we were imagining, I think most of us, swordplay along the lines of what we got with Skyward Sword. Instead, it was just a substitute for a button press. And so to have, you know, the Joy-Con, which provides more accurate motion controls, but then on top of that, having the button-only controls, where you can control Link's sword with the right analog stick, in a manner similar to the controls for Raiden's sword in Metal Gear Solid 2, which was kind of, like I said, what I was hoping for the sword play in Wind Waker to begin with. I like how they kind of, I wish there were more Tanuki suits in the game. Because this is one of my favorite power-ups. In fact, when I go into the next stage, what I'm going to do is bring out the Fire Flower and keep the Tanuki suit in reserve. And actually, for that purpose... Actually, I'm gonna go in and... No, I won't do it. I won't go through this... Doggone. I did not mean to do this. Wow, Tanuki Toad is cute. But that's not what we're here for. To trade this... Okay, that's more like it. And now we'll exit the course. I'll go back for that star off stream. Alright. Now it is kind of funny. Oh, okay, that's how you... I didn't know... I never encountered these enemies before, so I wasn't quite sure how they worked. So, yeah, the HD release is everything I could have wanted. Where even if I don't like the improved motion controls with the Joy-Con, I could... And the thing is, I kind of have roughly I have spoilers for... Hey... Yeah, I have general spoilers for the entirety of Skyward Sword. So, but there are some, as much as the overall structure of the game is something I found something I'm never actually going to enjoy much. Some of the dungeon puzzles, which I don't have specific spoilers for all the puzzles and stuff like that. But, I generally just have plot and just general, like, structure of the game spoilers. Now, that being said, the, stuff like, being able to play, with button controls, and with the analog stick for the sword, that looks like it's gonna be, something I'm going to enjoy. When the time... So... Yeah, I would give this game a second shot to the point where I'd pay money. I'd pay money to play just with the option for button controls, with enhanced, like, we know the Wii Motion Plus. I mean, the Joy-Con motion controls is technically, it's just more sophisticated than the Wii Motion Plus could ever be. And I know, like, some people said, like, oh, the motion controls in Skyward Sword are broken, whereas other people showed videos of, like, the motion controls are working perfect for me. But, like, you know, just better sword controls where you don't have to worry about, like, syncing up with, you know, resyncing, you know, realigning the Wii Remote all the time. And plus, the motion controls, like... Yeah, I'm not sure how well my setup and my streaming rig is going to be suited to having motion controls going on, or how much I'll feel like doing that for on stream for long periods. But now I have the button control option. Let me regroup. Let me bunch up my multiple Marios here. So. Skyward Sword, the release of Skyward Sword, it's something I'd consider. Maybe not at launch, but down the line. Because that's the other thing. I really have to be in the mood to play the game. The fact that I do stream now increases my chances of spring. Hey, we made it to here. We're probably gonna get. Oh, we got a stamp for safely bringing 4 Marios over to this far into the game. There we go. Yeah, Super Mario, the 4 shrooms. Oh no! I lost one of them. I didn't mean to do that. Oh wow, I didn't realize the other Marios get added, or the other characters we have going on. Man, Fire Flower plus the Double Cherry is a very powerful combination. Man, if I could have kept that last Mario, I'd have 5 Marios going into this section here. I don't want to potentially lose some of my Marios by going into that pipe, so I will come back and explore that on my own time, perhaps. No. There we go. No! All my Marios. Goodbye, Marios. Okay. Well, we at least made it up to the checkpoint. So we're gonna have at least, we're gonna have 2 Marios, thanks to the Double Cherry here. Well, now that I don't have 4 Marios to lose, I don't feel so concerned about my time going into what's this? Okay. Okay. This is clearly something that having the yeah, I would have benefited from multiple shrooms in that challenge, so I would have got a green star. I just didn't know whether or not I would lose the other Mario if I didn't get them into the pipe properly. Okay, so let's try again. What do you think of the new Mario music? I like Mario music. Oh wait, I only get 1 chance per attempt. Okay, that's lame. They should let me try that again. So the more Marios I bring, yeah, this is poppin' music. Outside of the new Super Mario Bros. Series, the Mario music rarely lets you down. And with the new Super Mario Bros., I don't even think the music's bad. I just don't think the main theme is especially the main theme of new Super Mario Bros. The main theme of the first 3 new Super Mario Bros. Games is not especially inspiring. Oh, like, yeah, it's not like when I first played new Super Mario Bros. On the DS. I'm like, okay, here it comes, the first, main overworld theme for a side-scrolling Mario platformer since Super Mario World, technically. I'd also include the Game Boy games, but, mainline-ish Mario game since, Super Mario World. And for that to be the theme, going into World War 1 and new Super Mario Bros. On DS, which I will play on stream eventually. I already have it downloaded on the Wii U. I wasn't really very excited by it. I was like, yeah, this is kind of underwhelming. But, I really... The theme... Now, when I played New Super Mario Bros. Wii, I was very disappointed when I went into the game for the first time to discover that, okay, so we're just reusing the theme from New Super Mario Bros. On the DS. Because even from the reveal of it, there was kind of this uncertainty as to whether New Super Mario Bros. Wii, like, is this a sequel to the DS game? Like, even at E3, at first I thought it was just going to be the DS game with multiplayer added to it. I didn't realize till later that it was going to be a full-fledged new game. Which is weird because, like, but they reused the music from the first game like it was just going to be a remake of the DS game with better graphics and with 4-player mode features added to it. So when I realized it was going to be an entirely new game, and then I actually go, and there's no point in watching a trailer for something like a new Super Mario Bros. Game so much. So outside of the E3 reveal, which wasn't even a trailer, the E3 reveal was just a stage demo of the 4-player mode, which made me think it was just going to be a 4-player version of the DS game, just with higher resolution graphics on the Wii. So when I realized, okay, they're just recycling the theme from New Super Mario Bros. On the DS, I was very disappointed. But at the same time, the version that was of the theme that was featured in New Super Mario Bros. Wii was the point where the theme actually grew on me. I guess the higher quality version of the music, like the sort of remaster of the music, made me like the theme. But then when New Super Mario Bros. 2 on the 3DS had the same music, I'm like, okay, Nintendo, like, did you run out of, like, is Koji Kondo on strike? Like, why can't you make a new theme? They were using the same music 3 times. It was kind of inexcusable. And so the point where they actually had a new main theme for New Super Mario Bros. U, which I think I have that game on Wii U. I will not play the Switch. I will not buy the Switch version. Yeah, I double dipped for his New Super Mario Bros. Wii. I mean, because of the Bowser's Fury mode that they added. And really, I wanted the Switch version, hoping that they would have done more to take away some of the touchscreen gimmicks that they put in 3D World. They did to an extent, but not as much. Well, the gamepad gimmicks. They took away all of the microphone gimmicks, but they did not do any. They really just replaced the touchscreen with this dumb cursor thing. So I was a little disappointed in that respect. But yeah, all that being said, music in Mario games generally doesn't disappoint, except for a New Super Mario Bros. Series, and not because the New Super Mario Bros. Theme from the first 3 games was bad. It's just that it wasn't very inspiring, and they recycled it 3 doggone times. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. Come on. Come on. No! Ah, man. That last jump would have gotten me up there, too. Okay, this is, these platforming challenges are getting, well, more challenging, which is as it should be. Now, I bet, if my game design... No! Okay. I thought I was going to fall for a second. Now, that would have been, in terms of the challenges that are presented here, those blocks would have been a good spot to hide a Tanuki leaf, because the power-up, the buff that the Tanuki suit gives you, would be a good, Okay, I didn't mean to grab the flag there. I meant to go back and... Well, I have to go through that stage to get the stars off-stream anyway. Because for now, I'll be moving forward through stages. I won't be backtracking through stages unless I get to a point where I need, like, a X number of green stars and I don't have enough to unlock a future part of the game. Which was how it worked in 3D Land. So I will be going back and getting more green stars off-stream, so hopefully I never have to grind for green stars on stream. I'd like to just make like progress in terms of completing stages here. Oh yeah, you placed your pre-order last week? Yeah, if I didn't score the pre-order for the Analog Pocket, I would totally be even though I don't like Retron's I don't like that some of the emulators they use are emulators that were made with a license for non-commercial use only, but they're like selling the emulators on the consoles. I don't like them doing that. But for a solution for handheld games, oh my gosh, come on. As a solution for playing handheld game cartridges, The Retron Square is definitely an attractive solution. And, yeah, but I have the I already have a pre-order paid off for the Analog Pocket, which does what I would have needed to do. It does everything that I would have wanted to use the Square for. Oh my gosh, I didn't. Oh, come on. Okay, I did not mean to make that camera adjustment when I did. Okay, let's see how many of these I can get through. There's a total of 8 of these challenges here. Yeah, like war. Oh no! Doggone! At least I got half of them. That I was just still like so high speed off of the boost. That well, I got half of them. So I'll go back and get the rest of those stars later. I just gotta reset my massaging back chair here. 30 minutes till the break, the next break. Now, unfortunately, for those who may be new, I'm not one of those new to my stream. I'm not one of those streamers that could sit down for like 5 hours and not move around. I need to have a heated massaging backrest to even sit here, because I get tired. I guess because sitting, this is the same setup I use for work and leisure, but only when I'm streaming, because I'm staying in such a specific spot to stay in my webcam. To stay still for webcam. I guess I don't play or move around as much. I just tend to get lots of lack of circulation things. So I do need, for every hour and a half to 2 hours, I do need to take an off-stream break. Like for an hour and a half, I might take a 5 to 7 minute break. But for but when it comes to like 2 hours of gameplay, I definitely need to take like a 8 to 10 minute break, which I'll be doing in about a half hour, and then I'll come back for, at the end of this half hour, I'm going to come back for 2 hours more of scheduled gameplay if I feel like I can't safely continue on with the stream, because if I sit for too long, I'll start having limb sleep and really scary tingling in my legs and face and stuff like that. So I definitely do the self-care breaks in the stream, so sorry. But because I do the breaks, I can make the overall stream go on much longer than it would have. Now, those enemies that throw the rocks, I believe that they're the same enemies that I think the Gabons and Yoshi's story are based on. And I will be playing. I want to play the Yoshi platformers in chronological order, starting with Yoshi's story. Oh, you got the black one? Yeah, if you had a black, there's a black review. I remember the initial prototypes, weren't they I don't know if I'm remembering this correctly, but the original prototypes are showing off more than a year ago. Weren't those purple and yellow or something weird like that? They were kind of colors almost reminded me of Wario. But yeah, if I had an option, I would go for probably, I don't know, the black option sounds good, because I remember what the prototype looked like, but I would, okay. Oh, come on. I got all the red coins expecting a green star, maybe. So to go through all that, to end up getting a power-up as a reward that I basically already, I ended up taking a hit to get a power-up. Now this might not be such a bad stage to use Peach for. If this was like Super Mario Advance, where you could change characters after each time you lose a credit, maybe I would consider switching to Peach for this stage. Oh my gosh. I didn't say that expecting to immediately lose a credit. I was kind of not paying attention there, frankly. Yeah, well, not paying attention is the reason I took that hit there. There we go. Yeah, this is really just pure platforming. Yeah, I don't know what the final... I'm sure it... Now, if this... for this stage in particular, I feel like the Tanuki Leaf would be a much better power-up, but Super Mario 3D World wants to be all about the cat suit, so such is life. Now, fortunately, they're very polite and don't make you have to go back and collect the green star. So once you've completed it, you just have to get to the end of the stage. Yeah, that wasn't a hard challenge. I was just not paying attention for a moment. Let me pull out the dumb touchscreen cursor. And what's really annoying is that, like, I use the L bumper to bring up the cursor, the glove cursor, but you have to tap the button to tapping the button, like pointing the cursor in the given spot is how to. Yeah, like touching the cursor and pointing it is where you point to. Then you tap it again to get the touch effect. So, do you know when the, okay, so the Analog SQ is shipping next month. I believe the Analog Pocket is shipping in April or May. I believe May, unless plans change. And, May, let's see, how many, you probably need 50. I'm betting the entry cost is 50 green stars to gain admittance. Yes, I was right. About 78. Yeah, Analog Pocket was 200, but it is a much higher end product. It has like it has an ultra high resolution screen on it, and I got the dock with it. Really, if the Analog Pocket did not have the ability the dock you could buy with it, which I already pre-ordered, I'm not sure I even would have gotten it at all. But the ability to stream cartridge handheld games, I already have access to Game Gear through the Analog Mega SG, so to have Pocket the ability to stream Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance games, oh my gosh, that really helps. That was the reason I wanted the Pocket. The same reason, like, the day I bought the Mega SG is for the ability to eventually stream Game Gear games, that was also the moment that I decided, okay, putting this pre-order in for the Mega SG, I'm also this is also going to be my first investment towards oh no. I hope that big guy respawn. Oh, okay. I'm about to say, if he does not respawn, that's really poor game design, because now I'm trapped over here. Even though there's a branching path. Oh my gosh. He like rolled off. Now, if I was playing this multiple characters with multiple human players, there we go. Yay, green star. And I'm guessing the next entry, the next castle is probably going to take 70 or 75 stars to get green stars to get into. Yeah, jump into a pipe that's clearly going to beneath lava. That looks pretty safe. Yeah, so if I didn't get my Analog Pocket pre-order, I probably would have invested in the. Oh my gosh, what a challenge! I've got it. There we go. No, I didn't collect it in time. Okay, so I'll have to. Lots of good. Lots of good off-screen challenges to come. Yeah, that was scary. I'm guessing this leads to the boss encounter. Oh. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, so we've got a mushroom in reserve. guessing a boss version of those boulder guys is what we're gonna fight in here. Yes, I called it. Oh, come. I got 2,000 points for that. If I remember correctly, a lot of the bosses in 3D Land were just Bowser fights that were kind of a 3D version of the famous Super Mario Brothers 1 and Lost Levels Bowser fights. Man, we're almost only 20 minutes away from the break. Maybe the pinball part of the stream just goes longer because could have been slightly more challenging, but I don't mind not being frustrated. Hey, fair. Hey, not a subcon. I'll have you out in a couple of puffs, as Gordon would say. Hey. You know, even with the being caught in bottles, that's from Super Mario Brothers 2. Because the ending, you find out the subcon were trapped inside a giant bottle. So it's so interesting how far they went in referencing Super Mario Brothers 2 without doing so. Like, they're almost slightly embarrassed to. But they weren't... I don't know, it's just odd. You earned one more green star there. I just realized the new water bottle I have is actually by the same company that made the one I broke. But this one, last one broke because I dropped it in the locking mechanism that keeps the lid. It had a lid that like opens like a clamshell. But this one has this little spout thing. So even if this the mechanism that keeps the spout away until I press the button to flip it out, even if that breaks, even if it's stuck like this permanently, the bottle's still useful. And because the thing is with the lid, the reason I use that refillable bottle is because it made it so it was harder to spill. You know, that last world, for being a desert-themed world, a lot of the levels actually did look deserty. Yeah, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, that's one of those... Yeah, lately what I've been having is just, like, plain shredded wheat, like the big... When you get, like, the box with the envelopes, and there are just 3 giant biscuits in an envelope, and I just soak them in the milk so they're, like... It's the cereal that's meant to be... You deliberately make it soggy, and it kind of turns into a... kind of a porridge type thing, and then I throw some fresh blueberries in there. Because I've just been frustrated with, even like, when I make something, okay, I'm going to have something a little more healthy, you know, I'll make some spaghetti or something, and then, like, even the tomato sauce is, like, loaded down with sugar, and then you realize, and then I realize, like, okay, like the spaghetti sauce is loaded down with sugar, and then, like, just a plain bowl of cornflakes. Because they're the more infamous, like, kids' sugar cereals, like Trix and Lucky Charms, which literally have, like, marshmallows, which are literally candy, and then we have, like, Golden Crisp, which used to be called Sugar Crisp, but they changed the name for marketing reasons. The reasons I'm talking about right now, in fact. Where they, like, the patent for the original cereal that is now Golden Crisp is a patent. Like, there's, like, there used to be a patent for the, like, the technology to make that cereal. And it is the patent says it's a patent for candy coating puffed oats. It's a patent for a machine that makes candy coated puffed oats. They literally, in their legal paperwork, refer to it as a candy coated, like, oat cereal. You know, so I'm like because even like regular cornflakes, which are fairly staid among breakfast cereals, has like sweet like sugar in it. And even as a kid, with parents that, like, you know, they weren't strict about it, but they didn't encourage having those super sugary cereals like Trix. But like, even like my dad would put like, would put a little sugar in the, can I knock these down? Oh, that's funny. Oh, if I... What's this? What's this? What's the point of the having a Goomba costume if they don't... Like, it's not like the masks in, yeah, it's not like the masks in, Breath of the Wild, like the Moblin mask that makes the enemies think that you're actually a Moblin, so they like, will stop attacking you. Oh, I see what's going on. I have to collect keys. This is a new mechanic. This is the first time this has appeared. One, two. Hey, Swift Pro, how's it going? Yeah, so like at this point in my life, I save like really like something like Cinnamon Toast Crunch or like Tricks. I save that as like a treat for like breakfast on like Christmas morning or something like that. So it's like, it's not like I swore it off, but it's just try to. And then I was like, I got something. I was eating Blueberry Morning for a while, and I'm like, wait, why don't I just get an instead of getting Blueberry Morning, which has like freeze-dried blueberries in it, why don't I just actually just get an unsweetened cereal like plain shredded wheat and put fresh blueberries in it, which have no added sugar or anything. So that's what I've been doing lately, and it's been a good. I've had a good time with it. Oh wow! If I swing it, it does this sort of auto. Was there ever a Thomas the Tank Engine cereal? You know, now that you mention it, I'm kind of surprised that there never was. Is there one up here? Is there one? Wait, there's clearly an invisible... Oh, okay, here we go. Here's the last one. Hey. So even though we have these linear stages, we have a bit of a free-roaming element going on right here. So, wherever you take me. Ah, over here. Let's see. I like this music, by the way. You know what? Okay. Don't think too hard about this. But somehow, oh, I know how it happened. It wasn't by unreasonable means that it happened. But somehow, yesterday night on Kyle TX 500's Mario Odyssey stream, somehow the subject of Yoshi's feet got brought up, which is a subject that is somehow that has been brought up in my life more than I'd like to, more than I wish were the case. But no, I think somehow we just got into like somehow a discussion started as to whether or not like Yoshi was born with those shoes on, because like in Yoshi's story, I think Yoshi's are like, there's some depictions of Yoshi's being born with those boots on, and somehow the chat ended up just yapping about like it's the same thing with Kirby, like is Kirby wearing shoes or are those actually his feet? And there we go. Why couldn't I do that before? Okay. Okay, so I thought this was the path forward in the stage. But basically we just didn't, like, people were asking what Yoshi's feet look like, and I was, like, saying, like, just assume he has, like, generic, like, toony, like, three-toed feet, like other cartoony characters do, and just don't think too hard about it, because that'll end up you, like, searching on Google Images and getting, like, cursed content as a reward for doing so. Which I've never done so, I just assume that's the case. And it's probably a correct assumption. I suggest you don't try it yourself. But anyway, I'm like, oh wait, we kind of haven't answered, because Plessy is basically like a aquatic version of Yoshi, and he doesn't wear shoes, which is kind of weird. No, yeah, and because really, like, keeping with the Yoshi design vocabulary, as it were, like, it would have made more sense for, like, Yoshi to be wearing, like, diver's flippers on his feet. But I'm like, okay, so I'm just gonna say, like, okay, Plessy is basically a water, like, variant, like a water breed of the Yoshi species, and we can see what his feet look like, so we're just gonna assume Yoshi has similar looking feet. And that's the last we're gonna discuss about that for now. Because there was a weird, well, last we're gonna discuss about it as I then continue to discuss. But I had a weird furry dude who used to comment on my YouTube videos back when I was big into YouTube. And at one point, he made an unsolicited comment about Yoshi's feet in a video that had nothing... Yoshi did not appear in it, and there was no reason for him to discuss Yoshi's feet in the comments of that video. And which is probably why furries have the reputation that they do. So because of that, whenever discussions of like, Yoshi with his shoes off come up, it's one of those things that make me, like, sigh, because it reminds me of that stupid thing, but, you know, he was a regular, and I didn't want to block him from commenting on my videos just because he made a weird comment once. It wasn't, like, an X-rated comment or anything, but it was just kind of one of those things that's like, okay, let's not talk too much about this and attract further unasked for discussion on this subject. Knots Landing. I don't know anything about Knots Landing, but I do know that, this music, I do know enough from watching TV in the early to mid 90s when there's still a lot of reruns. There's no practical purpose in going into that little nook on the side, because it doesn't make you recollect the star. Please. Please turn on. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I had to get my massage chair working again, or else it's going to be a shorter stream than I hoped for. Now I have to take out the sand things. Oh my gosh. Now, at least the mini Goombas don't come after me when I'm wearing the Goomba costume. Alright. Did the Koopas come after me? So I guess the mini Koopas, it seemed like the Koopa Troopas still came after me. What's this? Okay, and we have to get this one here. There we go, we got all 5. Why is there a little Yoshi? There's a little sprite of Luigi in this tree, and I don't know what that means. Wait a sec. Do I have to zoom in on it with the goggles? What is the... I want to know what the... Yeah, I want to know what that means. Why are they little Luigi's sprites? Is this something I have to collect? Yeah, Clackaboy, you said it. I wasn't gonna say it, but yeah, he had a... like I said, he was clearly some weird furry, and I'm like... and he left a comment like, oh, like, Yoshi has 3-toed feet too, and I'm like, well, first off, thanks, like, not, but second, how do you even know that? You don't even know, like, Yoshi never takes his shoes off, so how would you even know that? So, yeah. And, he usually, yeah, Lunarians, usually are wearing shoes anyway. So, and it's not even because of that, though that doesn't, like, Lunarians are just wearing shoes because they're people in that world rather than, like creatures or animals, and living in, like, you know, a industrialized sort of civilization. So they already generally just had were depicted with shoes because of that. Man, like, this is the first level where I'm actually running out of time just because of all the time I keep taking to find all these keys. Hey. So they generally have shoes on anyway. Like, if you look at, like, all of the art I have of them, and they're just, like, shoes that are, like, designed for, like, the way... Oh my gosh! Oh my butt. Doggone. Yes, oh my butt. Oh my butt. Right up there with, like, oh my heck and holy butt and any other any other G to PG rated exclamations I could come up with. I don't plan on dying again to go through that, but 7. Where's the last one? Okay. No, I guess I have to take out this last. I think it's the Bowser sandcastle that has. No, it doesn't have a key in it. It has. I keep forgetting where the last. Is it down here? No, it's not down there. Somewhere there's the last key, and I keep. Okay, it's the one underneath the sand dune. Sort of locked me in a place because of where the Koopas fell. It sort of cornered me into a spot where I couldn't get out of the sand dune without taking damage from the Koopa Troopa there. Oh, cool. Okay, I saw you hidden purse monster thing. Yeah, hopefully that helps make up a little bit for all the L's we've taken in this stage. Yeah, it is hard. I think because unfortunately it doesn't make me recollect the stamp, because once again, you could argue that it should make you collect the stamp again, because you get to keep stamps and green stars. It makes you, like, it encourages players. You don't have a self-preservation motivation when collecting those items, so you could put yourself in a situation where you could just touch an item, even knowing that you have no way of recovering, which would actually take a certain amount of skill. Just, you could just play through the stage again, and get out and come out the other end, and then still get credit for collecting the item. No, but, like, when I do my break in a couple of minutes, like, look, and I do have art of me as, like, like, of a human, as a human, but it's like most of that art isn't in an aspect ratio, because most of this art, all the art in my break screen is stuff I commissioned years and years ago before I thought I'd be doing this with it. So a lot of it is commissioned in a way where I can't really get a nice full screen view of the art, where it's good, works good being cropped in a 16:9 manner. So because of that, and all the ones that work good in 16:9 happen to be ones of my Lunarian alter ego. Because of that, that's why I've used... But if you look at that, like, in a lot of the art, he's wearing shoes anyway. Okay, and that's... Oh, we got... Let's see, how many do we... I know we can't... Okay, it's kind of funny. I would just want to see how many green stars it takes to get into that stage. But, alright, we have 48 seconds left anyway. Is there any, like, brief challenges? No, not really. Oh, there's a Captain Toad level here. Because the Captain Toad levels are so puzzle-based, I'd like to do those maybe off-stream. Stick to the more exciting gameplay for here. Now, this looks like a fun level right here. So, I will be back in, 10 minutes. Like I said, unfortunately, I'm not the kind of streamer that could sit down for hours and hours without getting up and stretching. So because I'm doing this 10-minute self-care break to stretch and refill my water bottle and everything, because of that, I will be able to stream for 2 more hours when I otherwise wouldn't. So we're going to play another hour of... I'll play through another hour of 3D World, and then an hour of Bowser's Fury, which we're 2 hours into as of the end of my last stream. Okay, too much music going on here. That was that. Alright. I'm gonna stick with... Yeah, I'm gonna stick with my chiptune playlist here. And, so I'm gonna set the timer for 10 minutes, and I'll be back for at least another 2 hours of gameplay. So I will see you soon. Let me just mute the mic, and I'll see you in a minute. Okay, I'm back. And, with more viewers than when I left, which is, always something that, baffles and delights me, is that, okay, there we go. I just need to... Alright, just had to get my, my chair going with the heated massaging action, because that's the only thing that lets me stream this long. And, we're back to... Yeah, let's... So we'll be ending the stream pending no, change in situation in 2 hours. And, we've got to turn the, audio back on. There we go. Actually... So, no, I'm gonna restart it for this. I just have a little hand timer. I just want to set an hour timer, because in an hour, we're going to change over. Yeah, and the funny thing is, Sheffield Park, yeah, you know what, I guess I could throw in the actual photo into that mix. That would be fun. Because that's based on an actual photo. Well, okay, we have another one of these circus levels. Yeah, it's based on an actual photo at Sheffield Park on the Bluebell Railway in England. And then when I actually visited the Bluebell Rail, yeah, that picture was based on a reference where I took a Creative Commons licensed photo of that bench at Sheffield Park Station on the Bluebell Railway, and I took it to the artist I work with, and I said, "Hey, paint a picture of my character sitting on this bench. So if I go, and then the idea was that if I ever go there in real life, I could recreate the painting, and sit on the bench in that pose and have someone take a photo, which I actually did. So I actually took." Because the fantasy was just, you know, that I wanted to go to the Bluebell Railway someday. Then when I actually did, I recreated the photo. Well, I recreated the painting that was based on a real-life photo. So it's actually not that that photo is based on a picture of me there in real life. It's actually that I took the photo based on the painting, which was based on an existing photo, which I wasn't in at all, so it's kind of funny. All those pictures... Oh, all those pictures evoke a sense of self-care and relaxed feeling. You know, that's probably the theme I wasn't... That's interesting. I wasn't, Oh, you know, I really... That spot... And that platform on at Sheffield Park Station. It is a really... Walking around that area is like being in a Studio Ghibli film. And I took some photos there early in the morning, like, the sun was rising, it was bright and golden. It was bright golden, but very soft and gentle. And warm, but not intense. And it was just early morning, the birds are singing. And right by that station is this restaurant that serves a really comfy, you know, traditional English breakfast. And so then you get on this, and if you don't know, the Bluebell Railway, it's a steam-operated railway, so... The train is the steam engine is sitting there with these old style coaches that were built in like the 40s, and I think the coaches were like 1950s and 60s stock. And so it's like this really comfy, I just say comfy a lot, but that's the best way to describe it. Hold on. Okay. If I die here again, I'll just pull it up, because I took a... Okay, I didn't want to take that death there, but since I did, I'll hop over to... Hold on. Okay, I just want to post a link to this. Oh, come on. everything wants to take forever to load, so I'll wait till I get to another. Oh my gosh! I did not mean. I forgot. This game actually. Some Mario games don't preserve your momentum like that, but others do. Alright, yeah, some Mario games, like Mario 64, would not have preserved my momentum there in that way. Alright, I don't have it handy, I wasn't planning to, so, so we'll deal with it. I had planned some comfy streams where I might talk a lot about my, like, the Bluebell Railway trip and stuff like that, so we'll save that for them. It's a whimsical image with a dorm looking behind a bench and a butterfly. Yeah, I specified that in there. But, yeah, but when you go there, like, the real-life place is... And what's crazy, what I found incredible, is that in, like, the reference photo, you can't see, like, in the painting. In the background, you can see a stream behind where the bench is, and you can't see that. And, like, that is not visible in the photo. But then when I went there in real life, behind the bench, there really is a stream there. And, like, neither me nor the artist I work with knew that there was going to be a stream there in real life. She just added it there just out of whimsy to add to the atmosphere. There really is a little stream there in real life that neither of us had any way of knowing was actually there. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is so tricky, and rightfully so. We're about halfway through the game. There we go. Okay, we already collected that green star. Okay. This is as far as we've gotten so far. Mind you, you could say whenever you lose a credit in a game like this, you kind of imagine it is due to... Okay, this is as far as we've gotten so far, I believe. Alright. Hey! So, on to the new material. You are big. And your big, chompy, eyeless mouth is adorable. And, oh, wow. Actually, I'm gonna walk along with... Oh, no. Yeah, I had to go to... No, I went to Target earlier to get my new water bottle. Because I have a water dispenser that that gives me filtered water, so I don't have to buy water bottles from the store all the time anymore. And this is the new water bottle. But I only got home like maybe 25 minutes before the stream was scheduled to start. So I had to get the stream ready pretty quick. Even though most of like the prep I do is usually done like I usually do a lot of the prep work for the stream in terms of getting the audio settings for the game and system I'll be streaming, and my mic settings and all that. I usually get all that kind of stuff ready almost as soon as I have the stream scheduled. Oh my gosh. This is even more so than... this is 3D Land to an extent, but this is, I could say, perhaps the first... One of the first Mario games where... I like how they have the ropes on it. Okay, we're at the end of the stage anyway. Only 63 Mario units left until the end of the stage. Now, I like these sort of ropes that are hanging off of the poles. This is one of the first games where... no, it's definitely not walking distance. It's only like... It's maybe 10 or 12 minutes away if I don't hit a lot of red lights. It's like... driving, it's like 6 miles from... to like where I live to where the target is. And I still have the tendency to tip because my old water bottle had a lid that flipped open and then you drank it like out of a cup. And this new water bottle has a spout on it, a little straw to suck through. So I still have this habit of tipping the water bottle even though I don't have to. And it's kind of funny, you have these roadblocks that sort of originated from Super Mario Bros. 3, and they came back in Super Mario World and New Super Mario Bros. I don't know if they were in New Super Mario Bros. In the... Oh my gosh. I don't know if they were in Super Mario Bros. In the DS, but they were definitely in the New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Where you have these roadblocks where you have to face an enemy scenario in a little condensed mini-stage like this. And it made more sense in Mario Bros. 3 or in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, where you were on a linear path, but like you had to walk along a predefined route. But here it's kind of funny because your character can move in any direction around the route, but you still have to do the path. You know, it's funny because even for things I care about, I really don't like. I even have had bumper stickers, and I'm like, yeah, I don't care enough to actually plug this on my car. But yeah, like yeah, bumper sticker for my stream, and maybe I could put a QR code so if someone saw it, my car parked, they could scan the QR code and it would take them to twitch.tv/SuperTrainStationH. That's a possible idea. Sprawling Savannah. Oh, I remember this stage, I think. I think this is the stage where... I think there's a part in this stage where you have this wide area that gave people that were hoping for a more Mario 64 or Sunshine-like experience a little false hope that there might be some more free-roaming elements to this, like they would ironically end up doing for Bowser's Fury. Oh, that lens flare when you turn the camera in that certain direction. Which implies that these shadows are actually they're not baked in, that they're actually cast in real time. But it's kind of funny having these baked in shadows when the light source and is unmoving, like there's no, and it's not like the time is flowing dynamically. Yeah, there's that big wide area at the end. But first, you've got some catty business to get into. Oh yeah, it didn't occur to me that you could just climb down. Oh yeah, it didn't occur to me I could just go here and climb. I don't know why I didn't think of... Oh, that's sneaky. Alright, there we go. So I gotta go through that hazard with the fuzzies again. And start again 3D World. They gave this real, like, sort of... Like the lighting and, like, the texture on the fuzzies give them a really kind of oily feel. Or a sense of like an oiliness to them, rather than being fuzzy. But, okay. Alright. There's gotta be something good here. Hey! These things were all over the place in, Oh no! Yeah, these things were all over the place in Super Mario 3D Land, but that's the first one I encountered in 3D World. I think they originated in New Super Mario Bros. 2, and that's another thing I was mentioning earlier, where there was this weird thing where the unclear language as to whether or not New Super Mario Bros. Wii was a sequel to New Super Mario Bros. On the DS, or if it was just a higher res version of the game with better graphics and a 4-player mode added. And because they used the same music and like the demo made it look like it was just a 4-player map that they added to New Super Mario Bros. On the DS perhaps. And then the fact that they recycled the same music. But then at the end of it all, the fact that they made, after New Super Mario Bros. Wii, but they made a game for the Wii U, no, I mean for the 3DS, and they called it New Super Mario Bros. 2. Like, so why does New Super Mario Bros. Wii not count as New Super Mario Bros. 2 when there's clearly a direct sequel? Get those predatory instincts going, Mario. Oh, it is only... I thought you had to catch them all to get the star, but it looks like just the one that's glowing is going to end up... Yeah, I successfully predicted the direction change he was going to take. Alright, so I... Come on. Yeah, because I would have caught this rabbit by now if I could actually move the camera in 360 degrees, but it only lets me move it. I can't. I have to always be facing towards that wall over there. If it let me move it in full 3 dimensions, I could have caught this rabbit by now. There we go. 2 out of 3. What's this? Oh, it's a cannon. Hey, Serial Walrus. Oh, well, let me know if you ever make magnet bumper stickers. Love to stick one on your card from the machine. Yeah, that's a nice thing about magnet bumper stickers. If you have a card that could use them, is that you could take them off. But if you leave them on too long, they end up, like, making a mark anyway. Yeah, thanks for the bit, Serial Walrus. Oh, okay. So that's basically just a shortcut through this whole area here. Nice to add some clocks. Because they probably figured that a lot of players would go around hunting in this vast area. Let's see, what kind of goodies? Oh, more bits. Here's the goal, I knew that much. Let me grab these other couple of clocks, because we're getting close to a negative T-minus 100 Mario units. Because I don't know what units of time these are, but they are definitely not seconds. Now, I just want to pause so I can restart my... Come on. I hope my massage chair is... my massaging back on this isn't dying. It's just isn't this weird thing lately where... There we go. Hey, so we're all the way at the end. We're nearly at the end now. So, because there's a... I'm gonna assume... Okay, I ran out of time. When I go back for that last one, I'll... You know what? This level's so... Normally I probably wouldn't do this. It's working good. It's just been weird today only. It's just like... Sometimes it gives me a hard time, like, when I try to restart the heat and the massage action, because it automatically stops every 15 minutes. Which I guess is a safety feature, so that if someone... It doesn't get that hot, but if... I guess potentially, if someone with a skin condition or some kind of issue started the chair and then fell asleep in it and left the heat on, they could get burned while they're asleep. So it turns off automatically every 15 minutes. But because this is such a quick stage, I say let's just storm through here and get that last green star. Or so in a situation where I don't have to Oh yeah, that's probably good for the Eternals of the Chair as well. This thing wasn't terribly expensive, but it would be... It's not something I look forward to replacing if it were to break. And, yeah, it's not something I'd look forward to replacing if it were to break. And... yeah, I guess that's the entire thought. But, it was a lot... It was a big thing to... It was a kind of a risk to buy this, not knowing whether or not I like it. I mean, the store I got it from has a fantastic return policy, but... So it wouldn't have been a problem if I did want to return it, but still. I'd rather not have to deal with that. Because the store I got it from is not close to my house. It's only like 20 minutes, 25 minutes from my house. But just really not a big deal. Like, I used to drive longer than that to get to IHOP before I moved. Come on. That floaty jump almost... See, why don't I should automatically collect the star. There we go. And got the top of the... Don't mind me, just watching school. Your students are done with their lessons, so we're good. Alright, well, thanks for dropping in, Tundex. Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't talk about the Dinosaur Planet leak. That was... man, that... I didn't look at it. I need to go look at the Hard 4 Game stream of that. I mean, if Nintendo was going to take it down for some reason, I mean, I would guess they would have already done it. But, I mean, theoretically, the copyrights for the game might not even belong to Nintendo anymore, because they would probably only own the parts that were developed once it became part of the Star Fox IP, so theoretically, actually that gives me, actually I feel much more comfortable now that I've thought that through. Yeah, the IP would probably still be held by Rare/Microsoft, so... And it's not like Nintendo took down any of the GigaLeak stuff. I mean, they were clearly going after the people responsible, but they weren't like, trying to punish or shut down anyone who was merely covering the material that leaked. Oh yeah, the Hard 4 Games, they were just kind of just playing it. I'm sure they'll eventually do, like, a more in-depth... Oh yeah, I forgot. I collect the coins automatically in the slot machine minigame. Yeah, they found a leak of the, I guess one of the later builds before it moved to GameCube and became a Star Fox spin-off. Alright, still have a couple more stage... Oh, I still have to do this stage. This stage, after this, it probably will unlock the castle for World 5. Okay, that's the stage I beat. The fact of me beating it twice made me feel as though I had completed more than I did. Yeah, it would be, like, I don't know what would... I forgot the guy from Hard Games. I forgot his name. But it would be incredible just to have all that, like, irreplaceable, like, priceless, and if it were to be sold, it would be sold at a high price to niche collectors stuff in that house. Like, I wonder what kind of insurance he has, or what kind of, like if they had a, you know, hopefully never, but like if there was like a house fire, how much stuff would be lost, you know, that, you know, couldn't be replaced, you know, that only exists under his roof, that otherwise only would exist, you know, in a game company archive somewhere. You got an N64 on the way, you're gonna play it on hardware when it gets here? Or explore everything you could on emulator, the game crashed a lot? Well, not a lot, but there's specific things that will crash, like trying to get the third gem. And I know the guy, the Hard 4 Games, like, guy, I forgot his name, but he already talked about one really creepy guy that was very poorly... It's, in my opinion, very obviously trying to fish for information to get his address. Yeah, Tony. Yeah, very clearly, in my opinion, trying to fish for information that would enable him to affect a a burglary of his house. So, like, you know, you gotta be really careful with stuff like that. Like, I know a lot of streamers that have P.O. boxes. Like, they'll get a P.O. box and a town that's, like, a half-hour away from them. So that, like, they won't assume that, like, oh my gosh. I feel like I started running and didn't have control of Mario anymore. Like, there's a video, Tony, from Hard for Games, he actually talks about it, where someone was positioning themselves, like, oh, I have a rare prototype of something, you know, do you want to... And it was very creepy the way he was talking in the emails or messages or whatever means they were communicating with. And it's like, okay, you're very obviously fishing for information so that you could potentially burglarize the house. Oh, you sent Mecha Kong a FMCB, which I don't even know what it is, and a PS2 HDD. At one point I had a P.O. box that I was... Like, at one point I had enough of a YouTube following that I actually did get a P.O. box. But I never even, like, made the box public. And I didn't even go through... I just actually just went to the nearest post office in my town. Oh my gosh! I almost lost it there. But now that I've collected it, even if I lose a credit. Alright. There we go. Alright, so if I... Oh, a kit to make your PS2 act like a dev kit, pretty much? Okay. That's pretty cool. So it's like it's basically turns your PS2 into a Net Eurose sort of type thing. Not literally, but, you know, it's kind of funny. Like, the PS2 had the Linux kit for it, which was, in a sense, its own take on Net Eurose. No, my Wii wasn't sent to a P.O. box. It was just sent to my house. And it was before... that was actually what made me consider getting a P.O. box. Because when I first... like, they said, like, oh, can I have your address so I can send you a Wii U? I was like... I specifically, I'm like, no way. Well, I was telling, you know, my dad, who I lived with at the time at my old house. I'm like, you know, some guy says he wants to send me a Wii U. And he's like, oh, give him your address, see if he sends it to you. I'm like, no way, he's gonna send me a dead bird or something. But he actually sent it, and it's hilarious. I didn't have a means to film this, but when I did the kind of opening on camera, but just to make sure it actually was a Wii U, I opened it outside, and I very carefully cut it open. And, yeah, if you type in, hold on. Yeah, that's the story of my my Wii U. It's not listed as commands here. On games where I'm playing Wii U one way or another, I actually, which I've only used for Virtual Console stuff on stream so far. Actually, like 99.999% of my gameplay on the Wii U has been Virtual Console. I have a PS2, I just haven't... someone already sent me an actual, like, friend who I already, like, routinely exchanged mail with. Sent me a slim PS2. But I haven't been able to get anything to run on it. Alright. So, the PS2 I had in the day was alright, let's just clear the stage before I end up running out of time or blowing myself up with a bomb. My PS2, my first PS2 was a fat one, that stopped working. Then my friend sent me a thin one that I never really got to work. Well, I mean, it works, it just doesn't load games good. It doesn't load games. Because I want to play GTA 3, which is the only GTA I really have nostalgia for or care about. And it just never really ran properly. And so I'm like, no way, he's gonna send me a dead bird or something. Yeah, so what I do is I very carefully cut the tape open. The tape off. With a box cutter. And then, when I realized, and then I, like, opened the lid, and when I saw it was actually, you know, the accessories and stuff all sealed and brand new in there, that's when I went back, and that's when I brought it in, and I opened the lid with, like, a broom pole. You can just run an FCMB on your Slim and run games off your network locally either via if you can have a USB drive. Oh, that's interesting. We'll have to discuss these means off stream, because I know, like, the last PS2 game I got was like Rayman 2, and it's been years since I even used my PS2 for anything. And then Rayman 3 rather, because I never played Rayman 3, and I'm sure I should have got the GameCube version back when GameCubes were like $20 each. They were practically giving them away at GameStop. And I was like, oh, I'll get one in a few years. It's not no rush. And now GameCube, and this was at the time, I'm talking about, like, GameCubes being $20. GameCube was considered like the Wii U of its era, where it's like, this system was a mistake. I hope Nintendo never makes a mistake like this system again. And then by, like, midway through the Wii U era, people were saying, like, oh, Nintendo needs to cater to their hardcore fans and make a good system like GameCube. So, like, the paradigm changed. Now GameCube is highly desirable and well-remembered. Even though at the time, like, you know, like I remember, in high school, like, I got made fun of and, like, in middle school, I got made fun of for supporting GameCube. You know, it's like they were, like, somehow the school got this deal where, I guess Nintendo just sent a bunch of, like, textbook covers in high school, when I was in high school, for the GameCube. And I remember other kids that played video games, like, made fun of me for using the GameCube, like, the GameCube textbook covers. And like, oh, GameCube sucks, you should get Xbox. Like, I have Xbox. Like, oh, well then why do you like play GameCube stuff if you have Xbox? I'm like, because there's stuff I like on both systems, and I had all 3 systems that generation. And I like, it's not compatible as a FAT with the hard drive, and installing games to the hard drive is a good solution for a good portion of the PS2 library. You'll be able to play with the majority of the games of this Slim through the network on the USB, but some games won't work. Okay. Yeah, like, the 6th generation GameCube, PS2, Xbox, well, and Dreamcast, even though that didn't last long. Like, that was the last generation where I owned more than one console at a time, really. This is one thing that pissed me off in elementary school. Every day we'd have, like, 30 minutes reading time, where you're allowed to read one book that you brought from home or took from the library at school. More to come, as I see, so I'll wait for the rest of it. This sounds like one of those stories that's been sort of been festering for. It would usually bring video game magazine or one of those Prima guides, and she took away my strategy guides and magazines away, so I wasn't allowed to read them in class anymore. That sucks. Like even like they never took, like, my game magazines away if I was reading them, like, on my own time. Or, like, during, like, a reading time or something. Or, like, in lunch or something. And, like, I've heard of people, like, having problems where, like, they got a magazine taken away because there was, like, a T or M-rated game on the cover. I'm sure you asked why. Did you even, like, say, like, why? Did she like, oh, just because video games are bad, or video games aren't allowed in school or something? Because, like most of the things you could read magazines about, like ATVs or whatever, or anything else, or flying RC planes, like, it's just, like, hobby content wasn't allowed in school, because, like, most hobbies entail stuff that isn't allowed in school, on school grounds, or on school time. So, like, were you allowed to read about, like, magazines and books about other... I have to pause. I'm just trying to start my chair again. This is being a big pain in the butt. I'm gonna let this sit for a long time after the stream. And hopefully... And I'm gonna unplug it, too, because I think... Because if you're allowed to read, like, about other hobbies, like RC cars or fishing or stuff like that, and you specifically singled out video games, that's really BS-y. Are you using speech to text and it's not working well? Yeah, I wondered what was going to happen when I stepped in the spotlight, because clearly something was going to happen. Alright, so I gotta lure. Now, like my parents were cool, because I get the very least, like, I could have gotten my parents to, like, write me a note, or, like, write a letter saying, like, if students are allowed to read about other hobbies, about things that aren't necessarily allowed during class time, then why are video games being singled out? And at the point where you, like a parent writes a letter, and it wouldn't even be, like, a letter where I ask them to, like, just asking for, like, the logic behind it. When a parent writes a letter to a teacher, at least, like, you're gonna get, like, a response. They can't just say, no, I'm not justifying that decision. I don't have to explain it to you because you're a student. At least you can't get that. It's just kind of being overly fidgety, I guess. You know what? I'm just gonna unplug my chair. Because it seems like... Yeah, it seems like, I guess, the memory... It just has it in it, like whatever, like little chip is in here. Why do I keep just... I guess I just keep expecting the platformer to run longer. Like, did you have to have, like, did you have to have your parents, like, come to school to get the books back for you? Or did you, like, get them back at the end of class? Or, like, how did, like, did you even, like, give them back? Because, like, sometimes, like, they'll say, like, oh, you won't get it back till, like, the last day of school. And if they do that, at least in my school district, like, the teacher would actually... Okay, and then here's something that gets me. Like, people, I've seen, like Matt Matei, like, kind of started this, or at least this first example I saw. People, getting really angry that the Super Tanuki Leaf thing that, like, basically makes you invincible for the rest of the stage, they were, like, angry that this existed. And it's like, you could just choose not to use it. Like, I never actually used it. But I heard in, like, 3D Land, if you want 100% or get the best, like, possible, like, designation on your file at the end, you, like, even having the block appear, like, you're penalized for having the block appear even if you don't use it, and that's not fair, like, to be punished just for having the block appear. Like, I can understand, like, being punished for, like, getting a game over, for instance. You know, I'm not even gonna bother. Is this the level stage? I forgot. I forgot if this is even... I wasn't even paying attention to see if this is the level stage or not. Yeah, at the very least, like, that's... Like, I hate crap like that in school. Like, at the very least, I could have gotten my parents, or I could have probably just would have wrote the letter myself and asked my parents to sign it. I'm pretty sure they would have. Just asking, like, if you're allowed to read books about, like, hobbies, like, and general hobbies of stuff that wouldn't necessarily be, like, where the activity of the hobby itself wouldn't be practiced in a classroom environment, then why are video games being singled out? And, like, have my parents sign it so they'd actually, like, she'd actually be compelled to respond. Yeah, I like the concept for this level a lot. It's kind of funny, like, how the different means by which you could add some new gimmicks to a, to the same sort of concept of, well, I guess I have to get hit by the searchlight first. This will be the only one of the 3. There we go. Yeah, I like how you can see the bullet bills coming at you with the shadows. Now this is, I don't know if Boundary Break ever did an episode on this, but it would be kind of fun to see, like, what's face... Okay, so this isn't a boss stage, this is just a fortress stage. Alright. It's just a fortress stage with the mood of a potential castle stage. I'm interested to see if I'm going to have scored enough stars, green stars, to get to the next, to gain admittance to the castle. Like I said, it's probably going to be either 70 or 75. What did I eat today? For breakfast, I had, shredded wheat, not frosted mini wheats, but actual original shredded wheat, where it's the 3 giant biscuits of shredded wheat without the frosting on them. And you just put them in the milk and you let it get soggy, and it's with the milk it sort of makes it kind of like a, because I know a lot of people that are like, there's like memes on multiple memes online of people who like bought shredded wheat assuming it was frosted mini wheats, and they get home and they're like, what the heck is this? These things are, it's just like gigantic, like what, like whoever heard of this? I'm like, yeah, that's just shredded wheat, not frosted mini wheats. Where it's like frosted with like sugar and gelatin. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I did not mean to do that. Nice music going on in here. Okay. Okay, we're gonna exit. Fortunately, you get exit stages you haven't beaten yet in this version. Alright. Now, we just want to, I want to change, any release of video game pickups? This game, which I got, like, the day it came. Oh my gosh, I have to do it again, because I forgot. There's a timer on changing a stage. It's not like, because I keep thinking it's like Super Mario Brothers 2. No. Well, like, any Thomas merchandise? I have, they're not handy for me to grab. I got the 1990s Ertl diecast, Lord Harry, and I also have copies of Godred and Kuldie, which are these 2 characters here. And once again, I miss out on my opportunity to... Oh no, hold on. Let me get the, Oh, I don't have it handy. This is a new release. This only came out a week ago. Yeah, this came out the Friday before last. It's like the... This originally came out in 2013 on the Wii U, but they re-released it. They released it for Wii. They released it for the Nintendo Switch alongside a new mode, which after the end of this stage we'll be playing. It's a new scenario called Bowser's Fury, which is a free it's using this engine. It's using the linear 3D Mario mechanics where you basically have 8-way controls. Yeah, you have 8-way controls and a run button, so it's like controlling it's like the it's more like a 2D Mario game than like a free roaming Mario like Odyssey or Sunshine where you just have analog running and there's no run button. But they added a free roaming scenario where you're fighting alongside Bowser Jr. to save Bowser from some kind of curse. There's not much lore or explanation or story in this game. So once again, there's just this new... Oh, I missed it. I missed it by not too long. Yeah, Serial Wars is using text-to-speech, So, Serial Wars, I forgot. Were you in... Am I just remembering this incorrectly? But were you... I remember, were you in Kyle's stream last night? Or if I'm just misremembering that, you know, excuse me. For some reason, I just had this memory of you being in Kyle's stream last night when he was streaming Odyssey. Is that real, or... Oh, you weren't? Okay. Alright, because there was a discussion that we had about Yoshi's character design, and, in the Kyle's Odyssey stream last night, and I only just remembered. Well, we actually kind of... Oh my gosh. Oh, you were. Okay. Yeah, remember the discussion that... Were you there for the discussion that ended up breaking out? Like, we ended up just randomly in chat, like, we ended up talking about Yoshi's character design in relation to his shoes and what Yoshi looked like with his shoes off, which got weird, but apparently, I was able to rein it in and make it not weird somehow. And, yeah, so we, I ended up we were played a stage where you're on the Plessy, which is kind of a giant, like, aquatic, like, breed Yoshi, where he has, like, flippers for hands, and he's kind of, like, just like a Loch Ness Monster take on the Yoshi design, and he's not wearing shoes. And it's like, okay, so this is clearly a Yoshi derivative, or Yoshi variant, and he's not wearing shoes, so we'll just assume that's what Yoshi's feet look like. This is... What a cool boss. I see what they're getting at with this. This is a cool concept for a boss. Oh, this is cool. I see what they're getting at. There we go. Didn't even notice Yoshi wears shoes to me. That's hilarious. I guess now that he mentioned it, he does have... He has like plumber boots, just like Yoshi's. Always they have plumber boots, just like Mario. And what got us into talking about that was that there's an enemy, a possessable enemy. Oh, this is such a cool boss. This is such a cool boss. There's a possessable enemy in Mario Odyssey. And he's kind of like one of those sort of flying lizard things that exist in real life. He's like a cartoony version of it. But I guess to communicate to the player that this character is not an enemy, they kind of designed him like a flying lizard version of Yoshi. And because he's taking after Yoshi, he has those plumber boots on. And so I was like, oh, but yeah, it's sort of taking after the design vocabulary of Yoshi to communicate to the player that he's not an enemy. And that started a discussion how, like, you never really know what Yoshi's feet look like because he's always wearing those shoes anyway. And so, there's like a discussion of, like, what do Yoshi's feet look like? And which brought back bad memories of when I was on YouTube, and some furry who used to watch my videos a lot made an unsolicited remark about Yoshi's feet in a comment of a YouTube video, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's why furries have the reputation that they do. Thanks for that. Really appreciate it. Fortunately, I didn't start role-playing in the chat or anything stupid like that, but it's just kind of like, one of those sigh-inducing moments. But there is, like, because there's no official art of Yoshi without his shoes on, so it is kind of one of those things, like, that you could come to wonder about. And so I was so the chat in Kyle's chat was talking about it in a, like, just character design kind of way. Whereas this guy was talking about it, and clearly, like, he had some kind of weird, like, deviant art style interest in what Yoshi looks like with his shoes off. So we're up to World 6-1. I was going to wait another 10 minutes, but because we got up to World 6 here, I'm going to move on to I'm gonna move on. Oh, we don't have to. I don't have to leave the. I don't have to exit out the game because it's the same title. I'm gonna move on to Bowser's Fury for the last hour and 11 minutes of the stream. And Bowser's Fury is you'll see. You can look at the. This is a new feature, a new scenario that they added to this release. And it's kind of like, okay, we didn't quite want to make an entirely new 3D Mario game. It's like they made probably something that would have been maybe about 15 to 25% of what would be expected of the length of a 3D Mario game, and made like a new free-roaming sort of sandbox scenario where you're collecting, instead of shine sprites or stars or moons, they call them cat shines. There's a lot more emphasis on the Cat Mario concept, and Bowser Jr. is with you as an enemy, and there are more cat variants. There are more cat variants of Mario enemies. So here we have, yeah, we're basically playing. This is basically a new free roaming Mario game, and it's funny because they added like basically what would have otherwise been potentially a download only 3D Mario title, and just made it part of Super Mario 3D World, its re-release. And so you've got this look at this guy's so cute. Look at him. Now what I would have done, and I was talking about shoes on Mario Critters, but I would have given him the goggle, because he is a water-based creature, I would have given him the goggles that the dolphins wear in Super Mario World, and then I would have given him, like, diver's flippers to wear, because Yoshi's always have the plumber boots. But, so we have this, this calico, cat mommy here, and we have to bring her kittens back to her. And we get, so we have this scenario where like Bowser is like ultra sized here. And occasionally he attacks. It's a really weird Claw Swipe Coliseum clash with Cat Boom Boom. And you have this and plus he follows you around. He provides easy transportation around the different areas of this. Now we have this ice-themed area, so it's like this weird, it's like, yeah, see, plus he just sort of dives in the water and shows up wherever you may happen to need him. Alright. So we have, okay, we have those things count as 1/5 of a cat shine. And that I think might be Bowser. I'm not sure. No, Bowser's... You can always see Bowser. He's far off in the distance. Clash with Cat Boom Boom. How do I get up? Hello, you are always helpful. Actually, I want to go... Let's hop on your back. Always helpful. Let's climb up these bell trees that look kind of like something out of Dr. Seuss. The way the trees are kind of fuzzy. Oh, what's this? Yeah, there's no live system in this. Oh my gosh, I was supposed to... Okay, let's try that. Let's see if I can do that again. Yeah, when you die, you just lose some coins, so it's kind of more like Odyssey. Alright, so we can try this again. There we go. And so that's what you collect instead of cat shine. Dash and smash in the clouds. Yeah, and Bowser Jr. is with us because his like Bowser is become there. That in the distance, that's Bowser. He's become cursed, and we have to unlock these these shrines. And I have 18 cat shines. I need 20 to unlock the next. Yeah. Oh, I see. I see. There we go. Bye-bye, Plussy. You're just too... I can't deal with how adorable Plussy is. What a cute critter. Okay, I don't want... Okay, yeah, but I don't want to ride you right now. I think it's the curd shift around his neck that really does a lot of it. You'd think he's the kind of guy like, yeah, I could go on all kinds of adventures by myself, but I just want to hang around and help people who can't swim as good as me get around to the different islands. Alright. You wanna... Thanks, Bowser Jr. Yeah, Bowser's apparently gone mad with power, or got himself cursed trying to use an evil artifact to become more powerful or something, and he's ordered his minions to... His minions aren't cooperating with him, they're still following his orders, and apparently only Bowser Jr. has the sense to realize things wrong. So that's why the enemies are still attacking, even though Bowser Jr. is helping us here. You'd think, as Bowser's only child, he would be second in command of this situation. Because, you know, the Koopalings, we can't have the Koopalings be Bowser's offspring anymore. That's apparently Miyamoto has like decanonized the idea of the Koopalings being Bowser's children, even though that was explicitly stated in Super Mario Bros. 3 and Super Mario World that they were supposed to be Bowser's kids. Yeah, as you get more cat shines, you unlock new areas. So, uh-oh. Okay. So right now, this is a Bowser attack segment. So Bowser's just raining terror on us. And, hold on, actually, what I want... Yeah, I need a cat bell. Because I want to... And there's some areas... Fortunately, we don't have Breath of the Wild logic here, so Mario can climb during the rain. Where's Bowser? Yeah, he's up in the sky, causing all kinds of the bad trouble to happen. Oh no! I want to climb up. Okay, I guess I have to start at the, Oh my gosh. Yeah, you can, you have item storage in this game. You can store multiple items of different classifications. Yep, there he is. I want to cancel because... Oh, it's just a bunch of coins. Oh no! Can I even get up here when there's not... Wait. Okay, there's just not an extra block to help you, but you can climb up here. I was wondering, like, I didn't know if... Okay, so we're good. Hey, seagull. It's a cat seagull. Every creature you encounter in this game has cat ears, I believe. Alright. So we only got a couple more. 1, 2, 3. We have 2 more to unlock the next cat shine. Hey there. Let's grab Oh, I see. We gotta master the flinging technique here. Hey! We got it. There's only one more left. Is it up here? The lighthouse has one final tip for you. Have you checked the guides? I'll show you how to perform special actions, offer useful advantages, and teach basic info on how to play. The plus menu, select guides, might learn something new. That's all the lighthouses have to say. Thanks for listening. Hope they helped. Now, it's kind of funny, because this Bowser's Fury thing, this feels like, in the same way that Mario 3D could be taken as a bit of a training course for 3D Mario, for maybe players of, there's a lot of the new Super Mario Brothers games who never played, you know, 3D, more free-roaming style Marios. This almost feels like, okay, so you mastered 3D World, here's a free-roaming Mario. But it's gonna be like your first, like baby's first free-roaming Mario, such as it were. We have this helper character in the form of Bowser Jr. assisting. Now you could select to have him help a little, have him help a lot, or have him not help at all. I selected have him help a little, and he does only help a little. I don't know. Right on his back. Nice. Okay. Who's this? Ice, there's the last one. Alright, I see what I need to do. Just need to get into... Oh, there we go. There's a giant rabbit over there. Oh yeah, that opened up. There's a... Yeah, somewhere around here there's some kind of path in between. Within the wall itself, there's a path. That timer, don't worry about that. That's just a timer to remind me to switch over from playing Super Mario 3D World to playing Bowser's Fury. But because we got right to the start of World 6 early, I just switched to Mario 3D World early, because the beginning of a world seems like a good start to the next stream. I feel like NSMB was baby's first 2D Mario, for the group that grew up on Mario 64 and Sunshine, when you put it that way. Well, I mean, that was the first... That's kind of coincidental. This, to a certain extent, it may or may not be coincidental. I don't feel like New Super Mario Bros. Was uniquely easier than the others, but it certainly became a lot of people's first 2D Mario when... Oh, there's a cat up there. There's a kitten up there that belongs to the mother. It certainly became that because that was the first... NSMB on the DS was the first 2D Mario game that released in a lot of people's lifetimes, or at least when they were old enough to really, like, properly play and appreciate games. Okay, I see. It's beneath the I thought it was inside the wall. It's not in the wall. It's beneath the arena where we fought the boss at. Cat Shine. Go to the lighthouse. The year would have been close to the end of the 90s, and you played Super Mario World for the first time using it for the SNES using the RF connector. I used to use RF for my NES and Super NES and my GameCube when I had my tube. Well, I still have the tube set. It's right here. I can see it where I'm at. But I used to, even though, like, if you daisy-chained a lot of RF switches together like I did, you get, like, pretty fuzzy quality. But RF switches were cool. Because RF switches were a way you could just press power on the console and instantly have the game pop up and interrupt if you were watching cable like I would have been at the time. Your parents got a Super NES with DKC and Super Mario World were the only two games you ever had for it. Was it a Model 2 Super NES? Or was it an original Super NES? And the Beast Awakens, so shall I. So we've got 20 20 cat shines. And that's what we need to get to the next phase of the scenario. But first, while we wait for Bowser to Oh, I see. We're gonna have to catch him. We're gonna have to chase that little... Ah, perfect timing. You knew. Are you chasing after a critter? I can help you with that, said Plessy, the most helpful and adorable creature in the world. that wasn't a roll one. Sorry, I gotta be a little biased there. What? Okay. Alright. Change of plans, because Bowser's awakening. It's time to awaken. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I might as well get out my cat bell, because you know what's about to happen. We have 20 cat shines, so the bell will awaken. Here's the original. They had it before you were born for sure. You were 95, your siblings were 88 and 89. Alright. Alright, time for Kaiju Lion Mario versus, like, Giant Bowser. Gotta wait for it to load. Yeah, each time you when you collect shines, while... Yeah, if you collect shines... Oh, you could... This mechanic where you could pick up and throw things... Come on. I only got a little more. Okay, it's nice that they have that... Oh, doggone. Come on. Shoot some... Give me some more pillars to work with. I only have to get one more damage phase in on him. Okay, now we're getting some pillars. Come on. There we go. We got. Yeah, you increase his HP gradually, and it's possible that you don't beat him in time, and he doesn't get enough HP down to advance to the next phase, and you just have to wait till. I don't know if it's every 10 minutes or what the delineation is. It signifies when he next awakens and attacks. So now a whole large new section of the map ought to open up that was previously covered in... Oh my gosh! There was like a little 8-bit Plessy sprite in the lower left that you can't see because of my layout, and it's the most wholesome thing in human history. Okay. Ooh, a sunken battleship looking thing. I've ever played one of those Pikachu N64. I've never played one of those N64 Pikachus before. Serial Wars. I remember when it came out, and really, I think that was the only color or hardware variant on N64 because they never made an N64 Junior or a smaller version of the N64 like they did for the NES or the Super NES. Yeah, Super NES was the last system they did that for until the Wii, where they came out with the Wii Mini. Looks like Bowser Jr. has more to say. Oh, nuts. I really hoped he would change back this time. I mean, of course he didn't. Nobody shrugs off a hit from Mario better than my papa, after all. Look at Mario with that face like, yeah, alright. Come on, let's find a way up that waterfall to look for more cat shines. So, we have this new area. It looks like this might be the last major new area of the game before that center area. Oh, yeah, those are, yeah, Protasia's a human, yeah, I know about that art. Yeah, those are, characters or species I came up with for my, well, actually, I made them up for the school project. the little worm-like things, those actually I came up with first, and then I made up the Lunarians as something to go with the worms rather than the other way around. If it weren't for doorworms, the more humanoid type things would never have existed. Those things are kind of based on these aliens from the Commander Keen games, which are a series of DOS platformers from the early 90s. Oh yeah, I forgot. You have been to my website. But what were you going to say about those characters? Are you going to say something about them, or are you just going to say that, oh, you just like them a lot? I thought you might like Dinosaur Planet based on that. You know, it's funny because I won't play a game like if there was a binary line in the sand where either you 100% are a furry or 100% aren't. Like, if there was like it was a binary thing where either you are or aren't a part of the furry fandom, I guess I would be like, yes, I am. But I don't really like interact with the sort of furry subculture that much. Like, the actual friends I have that happen to be part of the furry fandom, I'm kind of friends with in spite of that, rather than because of it. Because, like I said, like, yeah, like, most of the interactions, unsolicited reactions I've had, well, I get a lot of undesirable like I said, there was some weirdo on, like, my YouTube videos, because, like, my character there was like, ooh, Yoshi has 3 toes, too. I'm like, oh my god, go away. Like, that was unsolicited. Like, they have a really way I really dislike of turning harmless things into, like, fetish material. I mean, that's true. Like, Rule 34, everything is like that. But it's like, I made doorworms, like, to make a sort of cute thing that I could draw even though I have a fine motor disability. And I always liked, like, cartoony critters and monsters and stuff like that. And so, like, it's kind of frustrating that, you know, and plus, like, the adults only and the, like, harmless, like, completely, like, G-rated aspects of that subculture are very poorly delineated. So I'm very glad, as someone who might have looked up, like, oh, I want to see, like, werewolf pictures. Oh, I like Animorphs, so I want to see more stories about people turning into animals. As a kid, I'm very glad the internet was not around like it is today when I was, you know, before the age of maturity, because, like, I very easily could have ended up encountering material that, you know, a child should not have encountered, that would have been very traumatizing and disturbing to see. Your furry friends range from lifestyler to you attend conventions and the art. There's a good percentage of furries ruining. And the thing is, I'm not against there being adults-only aspects to something. It's just that, like, the fact that, like, a site where you take something like Fur Affinity, which has all kinds of problems, I really have not touched my account there in like, what, like 7 or 8, in like a decade. I only was on it when my friend was on it. My friend is the only friend I had that posted art there, really isn't on it so much anymore anyway. The site is, like for example, like, there was someone who went on, like, the Tyler Banks show to talk about, like, furries, and they just, as part of that, they discussed the adults-only aspects of the scene, which they participated in. And the administrator of the site banned them for, like, oh, you gave furries a bad name by talking about the adults-only aspects of the furry fandom in public. Meanwhile, like, there have been people who have been found to be actual, like, you know, abusers, and, like, people who have been involved in, like, the production of animal abuse films. And when that becomes known, like, the same person who banned that person for talking about the adults-only aspects of the community that had nothing to do with actual abuse or harm, like, actually, like, gave them advice, like, oh, I heard the police are investigating you, you might want to delete some of your blog posts about abusing animals. Like, he's actually, like, so I don't really want to be, that's why I've, like, abandoned my site and haven't, like, touched my account there in, like, a decade. You know, stuff like, I know what you, I know you're typing on mobile or you're using text-to-speech or something like that. So it's like, okay, so clearly you care more about the appearance of being like presentable in public rather than actually doing the right thing when abusive or harmful people are found in your community and people are begging you to take action against them and ban them from the site. You know, so there's still some cat shines over here. Yeah, there's still stuff to find. Well, like, what's that up there? I don't think I can get up there yet. And I still didn't get that. You know what? I got distracted from trying to find the trying to catch that giant rabbit before. See, like, what's over here? Now I may go back to areas I've already been to and collect shines off screen. I have not played this game off stream yet because I played 2 hours last week, and then today I'm playing like an hour and 10 minutes worth of. Okay, here we go. So I have to go straight. No, oh, okay. No, okay, I have to go down here, and this will take me. No. Oh, come on. Okay, I can only go in from one direction. I see what's going on here. So we have to go in here. No, I have to do it. I have to go through all that all over again because the way this roundabout system works. Now this is frustrating because it takes so long, but this is a good reflex-based. Now what happens is when I go over that pipe, my instinct is to press up instead of down for some reason. Like my I don't know why that is, but. Oh no, I messed it up again. Down. There we go. 1. And then, like, I had a friend, and, like, and the reason I knew this person was because it's not because like I said, anyone I'm friends with because they're a furry is almost more in spite of that than because of it. But there's someone I used to hang out with because he was my like friend from college. He was his brother's. My friend from college's brother. Like was a furry, and I was like, when I was like, one day I was like ranting about that situation where it's like, how are you gonna ban someone for telling the truth about the adults-only aspects of this scene? And it's like, oh well, it might make it so that like someone who meets someone in a fursuit, you know, might not, you know, want their kid to interact with them. I was like, but people, I mean, first off, I know that's sort of one of the more iconic aspects of the furry fandom, one of the things that people know about, and one of the things that's makes for a good visual for a news story or something like that. And but very few people even have those. When they have them, they're very expensive, and infamously, some people use those like as part of like fetish gear and like to make adult videos with. But most people who have those, because those suits are really expensive, most people who have those don't use them for that. I personally never found those especially attractive because I never liked interacting with costume characters much as a kid. Like anything that looks like an animate object that shouldn't be moving, that's moving. Like I didn't like interacting with like the Disney mascot characters in the theme parks or things like that. So I never found that appealing anyway for the most part. Well, really whatsoever, frankly. But people, there have been a number of people who have been caught, like, making, like, adults-only films with those costumes, and then going to, like, a convention and hugging kids using that, like, the same, like, interacting with little kids using the same costume, which is, like, I shouldn't have to explain why that's beyond, like, ghastly and unacceptable. But so yeah, like that's what I said to him. Like I wouldn't let my kid interact with some random like fursuiter like that I didn't know who they were and like they weren't vetted. Meanwhile, there are other people that are vetted and like, you know, are known who they are, and like, you know, do appearances at like hospitals or and stuff like that, you know, to, you know, make little kids happy. You know, so that, like, so then they're like vetted and, you know, like who they are, and they're known, like, okay, this is like a vetted, you know, performer who knows how to interact with children appropriately and isn't something where, like, you know, you have to worry about where that costume has been before you let their kid. And frankly, even when I was like 4 or 5 years old, I never liked those costumes, like those full body mascot suits, and I always like didn't understand. Like, I wasn't a very imaginative child, but I guess this is why I don't like roleplay much, where I guess I was a very imaginative, but I always felt like I had to have full control over the fantasy element. So I didn't like interacting with costume performers or stuff where I didn't know how they were going to act or what they were going to do. And I couldn't, like, communicate with them effectively because they couldn't speak back to me. So, like, for instance, those blocks down there. Blue coin bustle. So, I'm guessing that because this is made of steel that I can't climb up this. Oh, I can. I can climb up this. Not very high. Okay. Did they... Okay. Oh, wow. I kind of forgot that I was collecting red coins. Alright, we fell back into the drink. I don't really say that casually. I specifically said into the drink just to say something, just to spice up my vocabulary a bit. Okay, Bowser. Okay, R bumper. There we go. Yeah, there's the stupid pointer thing. I'm playing with the Wii Remote Plus, but there's a stupid pointer thing that's probably more. Oh wow, that's so cool. That's. I did not realize that the Tanuki suit is actually wet. That's so cool. I didn't think about a detail like that. Hey, Plussy, I see you waving at me. We'll go on a ride later. But for now, I'm only one token away from getting to the next cat shine. Blue coin bustle. Oh! This was not active before. Come on! Oh, almost. Not quite. Was this switch not activated before, or did I just overlook it? Alright, and this should be all of them. Oh, I see. There are multiple phases to this, are there? Okay, so each time... So Bowser... So if I get another cat shine here, it's going to every time if you collect a shine while Bowser is is awakened, he will it takes off some HP from him and he goes away for a while. It's so weird how this is basically. Come on! No! I was like 1 coin away! 1 coin away. I wonder if I would have gotten that if it wasn't for me getting kind of maybe thrown off course by the Bowser sequence starting. Yikes. Give myself a flower shroom. I have a bunch of them stored up, don't use them that often. But it's kind of funny how we basically kind of got a low-key spiritual sequel. Oh, well, not even low-key. We kind of got a spiritual sequel to Mario Sunshine in a certain sense out of this. With the idea of calling the collectible. Yeah, you have to constantly think about what the most efficient... I can't see because of Bowser charging his lasers. Yeah, so we got through that phase. If I collected a shine during that, it would have damaged him. Which, am I familiar that early Mario 64 design art they showed with him in the prototypes back then, where Mario had a more orangey look to him? Early Mario 64... I remember, like, the Mario 64 CG art, and you do have to kind of specify, because in... during the... In the... Kind of as a side effect of the Mario 64 is personalized phenomenon, combined with the actual Giga League stuff that revealed new enemies, between those two, there's a guy, I don't know who, or a girl, I don't know who, but they made a lot of artwork that was, like, spot on. You would have thought that this was leaked artwork from, or, like, unreleased artwork from Mario 64, where it looks exactly like that official CG art from Mario 64 that they put on folders and used on magazine covers and stuff like that, that depicts, and I still haven't gotten the last cat shine. I mean, the last, like, token to unlock another cat shine. Yeah, yeah, it's this artwork, but they made artwork of, like, renders that were never part of the original one, but it looks spot on, like, unmistakable. Like, it's amazing how good they did these renders of, like, Mario fighting the sort of Chuckya bully, like that unused beta enemy. It's kind of like a Chuckya combined with, like, it's like a Chuckya combined with a bully, pretty much. That was going to be in Lethal Lava Land. I have to find that last token. And I know if I go up here, there's nothing up here yet. Now, when you grab the kitties, they just go crazy swiping at everything. Oh. I thought, excuse me, I thought he was going to scratch, I thought he was going to destroy the blocks there. I guess not. Well, the boomerang suit would. Alright, so these don't... You know, I'd like it would be cool if they had the... Let's look around here. Where's the next shine? Where's the next... I mean, well, the token. I only need one more token and I get another cat shine. Okay, so that one there. The clear ones we already collected, so that one collected. Ah, there it is. I just have to find a way to... Oh, okay, you know what? I'm gonna get out my... I'm gonna get out the Tanuki tail, which will help me make this a jump. I was supposed to start from down here. Okay, it's part of the pipe maze, I think. So wait, what? It was down there. Okay, so this pipe system... Alright, this probably... I have a feeling that somehow... Okay, I guess that is how they intended to... Yeah, I guess that's how they intended me to get it after all. Alright, you know what? I think I did not get that cat shine the way they may have technically intended me to. Alright, Plussy. Where are you at? We don't need anything up here anymore. But, hey, there he is. Oh, look at this. There's something up here. It looks like a boss fight. Oh, the music got quiet. Wasteland. Oh, this is the next Gigabell. Wow, we need to... you need 40 shines to awaken this. We basically have to double the number of cat shines we have. Get this next area. So, we came through here before, I think. We didn't go to this lava-looking area. Can I get over there yet? No, it's covered in goop. And it's weird playing a free-roaming 3D Mario where you don't have the triple jump. Or, like, the back... Oh, we could do the backflip at least. Hey, Plussy. There's a gate over there with your cute little face on it. So let's... I know we're not done exploring this area quite yet, but... You know... Wow! Look at... We've got quite the, we have 20 seconds to get all the way over there. No! We lost it. Uh-oh. Well, this is about to get a lot more interesting. Oh, wait. It's... Okay, now it's restored, I think. Wait, actually, there's that rabbit we saw before. Okay, that's the dive. Why? We catch. There we go. So look, we caught a cat shine while Bowser was active. So it's going to damage him a little bit. So that's going to be a nice, it's going to add, that's less we have to do when we actually go into, like, you know, Kaiju battle mode, like, when we unlock the next shine gate. But Aww. Is this the Plussy gate? Oh, you know what? You know why I can't? I have to enter it through in the right direction. That's what it means. I have to enter it through this side. Oh, this is a different one. First try. No. No. We almost had it. Okay, we'll try again. I see the gate over there. What is it? What is this? Okay, that's sitting up on a platform. Oh, right. This is the platform with the force field. We spent like... I felt like we spent like 15, 20 minutes on that last time. We have to go this way. No, it's the wrong way. Oh, wait, we already cleared that gate. Seems like the Plussy gates tend to run into one another. Is this another shine from a rabbit? Let's get... Come on, we're getting closer. Cut him off a tiny bit here. Yeah, there we go. Got another one. Ruins Rabbit Place Tag. This area here. Where's that one gate? There's a gate, a cat ear gate. And it had a kitty on top, and there was a calico mommy kitty nearby. Actually, was that where we started? The stream from? And then we came over here at some point. Alright, this is that new area. Alright, here's the Plessy gate we gave a shot at before, I think. Yeah, here we go. We almost got it. Well, we got about halfway there last time. The other gate I accidentally found soon after this. Yeah, we got him! Harry slipped to the shine. And one Plessy gate tends to... Well, this is an area between islands. I'm kind of heading backwards, I think, now? Oh, yeah, I remember that. Okay. I don't think I ever went over that frozen area, that ice area up there. Oh, this is the 40... 03. Is that cat? Is the calico? No, there's another kitty. And I think that one had a different mom. Or not. Alright. Let's go back upstairs. Upstairs. I mean, let's just go back to this, that sort of plateau type area up here. Man. This is definitely new. Key to the cat shine. Alright, so we gotta go hunting for another key. Well, okay, we can't get up there. If we were a cat, we can get up there. Let's just bring this up. Yeah, there's... Alright, and that's that pipe up there. This is... So let's look around. That's that tower we spent all that time getting the blue coins and all that. Let's hop down. There's this pipe up to this area again. This is the 40 shine door, I believe. Yeah, I believe this is probably the last one of these. It's before, and then there might be one more, and that'll be the end of the game. What are these cats doing? Oh, they're just messing around with the baseball. So what's this? Oh, I remember this. If I can Oh, they're power blocks. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, why didn't I think of that? They're power blocks. Hey, bye, Bowser. Footprint free-for-all. Okay. Not the light. It burns. You haven't seen the last of me. Okay. So I'm gonna go away nice and quick. Seven. Oops. Yeah, oh, there's more. Okay. So that's the another path to the same spot. Oh, you know what? I see what's going on. This is where you can board with... Yeah, this is where you board Plessy. What's this pier sticking out this far for? But okay. Wow, you know what? It's funny. I'm like, we have to double the number of... we have to get double the number of shines we... I think we had maybe 41. Yeah, this is the second stream that I set out for, hey, 4 hours of gameplay. And we're gonna make it unless I become disastrously exhausted in the last 20 minutes of the planned stream. So if I can keep up this kind of pace, I'd be really happy with it. And when we get back to Paper Mario, we can finish it maybe quicker than I planned. No, I was aiming for the Tanuki Leaf. Alright. Donut lifts everywhere. Why don't I bring up... I think this calls for the Fire Flower. No! Shucks. Alright, we'll just have to head right back on up. Yeah, I like doing the 4-hour streams. It's just that for a long time I really wasn't able to reasonably do it. Just in terms of physical stamina. But, it's like I unlocked a certain number of experience points when I did that last... when I did that long stream, when we were watching E3 stuff. By the way, E3, I believe, I don't know, this is something I just saw someone saying in someone else's chat, so I didn't look into it. But I heard that E3 is going to be a 3-day digital event this year. In March, I might do 2 streams, yeah, I may, maybe from the second week of March onward, I may try to do 2 streams a week. The second stream is not going to be a 4-hour stream, though. It's probably going to be more like a 2-hour one. Oh, I didn't realize it was a cloud. That was just a solid, invisible block. I wouldn't have ground pounded it if I realized it was a cloud. Because I knew I would have reasoned by the cartoon logic that I would have just drifted through it if I tried that. One more. Okay, it's up there. I see what's going on. Alright. I only have 1 spare Tanuki Leaf, and that's my... No, another doggone cat bell, which this game gives me all the time. Now, how cool would it have been if you could actually see through the donut lifts? It would have been unnecessary, but... 5 cat shine shards. Yeah, it's so funny because when we first found this gate, I was like, "Oh man, we have to double the number," because we had 20 shines, I think. We had to get 40. I think we had 21. I'm like, wow, we almost have to double the number of shines. You know, this is going to take a long time. Now we're already halfway there. We only need 9, more than halfway there. We only need 9 more. Risky Whisker Island. Okay, those are the cloud blocks, the cloud platforms that are up ahead. What is this? Excuse me, where's Plessy? There you are. Always handy. Oh, it makes it sound like I punched him as I kicked off of him. No, that's what... I wish you can get that treatment, but for, Hey, another one. Spin, Scramble, Shine. Got it just in time. Oh, okay, that was Bowser Jr. doing that. Did I hear an enemy defeated noise? I don't even know what's over here. I'm just going with this wall. I think I've been through this path before. I'm actually going back to where I was, because there's some... Oh, there's a new it looks like a new what the... What? I just saw, like, after images of something. There we go. I didn't expect it to be a shine, but jeez. And we damaged Bowser to boot, so... And away he goes. Feasting on Fuzzies, that was the name of the shine. Okay, so we're gonna use this cat piranha plant. I guess if we eat them all. And I do have to keep the Y button held down. Oh yeah, of course they are cat fuzzies. Why would they not be? None of them got away. No, that's the end of the stream. When it says end, like if it's gonna continue, it'll say break in or break in X minutes, or let's say either break in and then X minutes, or next game in and X minutes. When it says end in, that's just when I plan to end the stream. Okay, here are the... Now, if I'm like moments away from getting another shine, I may extend it. No! almost ate them all. I don't think I could take... I almost got the whole thing with just one, but I don't think this was... Yeah, fortunately this is not restart. If you have to do over. Now, I'm just going to bring up... It's funny how few super mushrooms they give you. Oh my god, I did not mean to do that. Okay, fortunately they respawn. Send you a link in your whispers and you might find something interesting. Is it a Bitcoin Ponzi scheme? I'm just kidding, of course. Alright. Only 3 more. And that's when I lose it. There we go. Okay, I'll check it out. There we go. Feasting on fuzzies. Wow, we might actually get to do the next, like, we might actually 34. Only 6 shines away. Only 6 more shines until we get unlock the next part of the. Wow, that piranha plant from before is still down here. Hey, stuff. I like stuff. Ah. Alright, I already collected it, excuse me. Alright, I've already been up here, it's just a secret. Oh. There's still 1 block. I don't know if I get something for activating all of them. No, you don't. So, we'll hop on our lift here. Wouldn't it have been an interesting mechanic if they made you have to pay Class C, like it would cost coins to ride him? It would have made, it doesn't have to even be a high rate, but it would have made collecting the coins a little more important. You just saw him use that Tiger Woods was in a car accident? Oh. Well, I hope he's alright. Like, I remember when, the closest thing I could think of was when Tracy Morgan was in a car crash. You know, and you didn't see him on camera. He didn't appear on camera for like almost a year after, I think. And when you saw him again, I mean, he looks better now, but when you saw him, it wasn't that he was injured. You could just tell, like, yeah, this guy's been through a lot getting himself back together to this extent. So, I wish the best for him. Like, not really a fan or a non-fan. Like, I never really followed professional golf or anything. But hopefully he's alright. Like, you'd wish for just about anyone to be alright after going through something like that. Oh, I don't follow celebrity or athlete drama type stuff, so I didn't know that there was a time he was where that something like that may have happened. So this is the first time I'm hearing about that or anything similar to it. All right. Wait. Hurry, hop behind the wall. So that's the next hint we've got for this island. This is like 10 years or more ago. Well, like, honestly, the last time I really thought about Tiger Woods was when he got, like, a Wii golf game that used the Wii Motion Plus soon after that became a thing. Oh, I see. A new shine opened up. And if we get, oh, we have 20 seconds, huh? 13, 13. Come on, destroy them. They just didn't have a thing happen at the right time. I otherwise completed that challenge. You can play Mario Golf 64 online. You could play... You do 18 holes. You did 18 holes with 4 players last week. For some reason I was thinking about the new Mario, because I was thinking about the new Mario Golf game that started recently. I mean, that was revealed recently. I was thinking of just golf in general. Somehow it got me thinking, it's the second time North Korea has been mentioned in this stream. The first being this really dinky North Korean pizza place in the capital. That was a propaganda video, but supposedly there's this golf course in North Korea where the founder of North Korea, Eternal President Comrade Kim Il-sung, the general who defeated 100, once completed the 18-hole golf course in 18 strokes. And this is not disputed, because if you do, you disappear, apparently. But yeah, that just got me thinking, I guess because I was already thinking about the pizza place. No, I was thinking about how I ordered a pizza from a knowingly low-quality fast food pizza chain. Okay, I got everything except for just kicking the ball into the hole. So if this does take me more... If this takes me more than... How do I get up there again? Last time this happened, I got up there again so fast that it wasn't even a problem. I have to go... Okay, I have to go over there. That's where I'm heading to. Classy... There you are. Come on. Yeah, I'm getting this last cat shine before the end of the street. Wait, I think it was up there. Where was I? Okay, I was... Alright, I was up here. Hurry up, hop on the wall. Okay, I went up here. That's where I was going. How do I climb up? Okay, here we go. Here's the way up. Yeah, no, that's what I was getting at. I went to this fast food pizza chain that I knew it was, like, really crappy. And I woke up yesterday not feeling well. I hadn't eaten breakfast. And it was, like, noon, so I knew the pizza fast food pizza chain was open that I won't mention by name. So, and what I was saying was, the pizza didn't even look good. And there was this really crappy restaurant, like there was this propaganda video where... It was, I guess it was supposed to prove that, like, people in North Korea live, like, a really refined lifestyle. So they had this really incredible, this really lame Italian restaurant where you, it was basically looked like something that was not any better. It looked actually worse than, like a food court pizza stall in a mall. And the pizza looked so lame, but even that pizza looked better, more appetizing. Oh my god, I just can't. And, like, healthier than the pizza that I got from this fast food pizza place, and I ended up getting sick later because, well, I was already sick. As I was eating it, my body was like, don't put this in here, what are you doing? This isn't food. And then, eventually, I ended up, I got sick later on, but when I threw up, I didn't even mind because I just felt... I knew once I threw up, I'd feel better anyway. here we go. This is what... Alright, the trick is kicking the soccer ball. And by the way, if I do run out of time, I'm not... Oh, I am, unless I get it this particular run. And it has been... Oh my gosh, I kicked it, but because the stupid Magic Koopa was in the way, it killed him instead of blasting the wall. Yeah, we're gonna end the stream once I get this last cat shine. Just gotta go back here. Hopefully our last plussy ride of the day. I like how he tosses you off. Like, keep going, don't stop, run. Okay. And this will be the last cat shine of the area. Actually, I'm going to wait this out because I'm going to waste a couple of seconds. I want to get out. No, I want to get out. Actually, I'll get out the cat though. And if I run out of time again... Oh, the doggone Magic Koopa respawned. So I'll take him out with the swipe attack. And I found there was the official video where from the North Korean government that they made it look like they tried to make it look so awesome when it clearly was just worse than going to a mall food court pizza stand. But I actually watched oh my gosh. I actually just watched an Indonesian tourist video of it, if they ate there and in Filmball thing because they let him film it. And someone in the comments was like, "Oh, this is North Korean propaganda." I'm like, "This is definitely not North Korean propaganda because he was filming and a blackout happened." And if you don't know, even the capital of North Korea is constantly plagued by blackouts. And if it was official propaganda, they would have never let him continue filming, or publish the video, unless he took a new video where there was never a blackout during the filming. In fact, I'm surprised the employees and whoever he was with, because at the time, even let him continue filming when there was a blackout. Because once the blackout happens, they continue filming. And he continues filming, and then making the pizza in the dark. And paying for it in the dark. And everything. I'm surprised they even let him keep filming it. And I'm surprised they didn't, actually, confiscate his camera so that no footage got out. Because they wouldn't want a footage of, that being seen by people outside of the country. Because everything that's your film and that you're allowed to see is supposed to depict the government and the management and the infrastructure in the most, Okay. No! This is getting unreasonable. Because the thing is, because that Magic Koopa should not be there, it makes an unfair challenge in taking out that last... Wait, what's this spot here? Okay, it's just some coins. But the thing is, if I could take this out... Actually, I'm going to... No. Well, it's not so hard. Well, not right now. I think the country is on total lockdown because of the virus. But if you're from, even Japanese tourists and North Korea hates. Well, Korea has in general has a lot of baggage towards Japan because, damn it, I lost the one tool I had that I was going to use. Has a lot of baggage towards Japan because of the crimes committed by the Japanese Empire leading up to and during World War II. But even Japanese tourists are able to visit North Korea. It's just if you're from the U.S., then it's well, you're just not supposed to go. And if you are caught there, you're possibly going to have a very bad time. And Dennis, you can't count on Dennis Rodman coming to save you. Oh my gosh. That is so not fair. That Magic Koopa being there. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use the boomerang suit. I'll use the boomerang suit to take him out, because yeah, but you also have to keep in mind that's only in parts of the country that tourists are able to visit. Yeah, you have to keep in mind that also in parts of the country that tourists are allowed to visit. Because there are a lot of towns and cities that are basically, like, they're not literally prison camps, but they're basically practically labor camps where everyone in town is just going to, like, literally, like, the same salt mine, or... Yes, we got it. Oh yeah, and I know there are a lot of foreign English teachers. No, it's like, I know, like, speaking and reading English is a very, I think, is a very valued, skill there in North Korea. Alright, so let's save. Alright, thank you everybody for joining me. We're going to be repeating this formula next Wednesday, which will be March 3rd, first stream of the month. We'll be playing Versus Pinball and Super Mario 3D World, plus Bowser's Fury. I'll probably be collecting a few, I don't think I'll be collecting any cat shines off stream, but I will be going back into 3D World and collecting some... Oh, I just realized this. I got a follow off stream. I guess someone found my VODs or something. Oh, you know what? It was someone who probably got recommended from Kyle's stream, who checked me out and followed me. So thanks, the person who followed me. I'm not going to shout them out because someone wants some privacy. But yeah. So next Wednesday, 8 days from now, we'll be back with Versus Pinball and Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. And hopefully making some more amount of progress. We may be getting towards next stream or two. Definitely next stream, if not the next stream and the one after it. We'll be getting towards the end of, if not completing, the primary single-player campaign of 3D World. And we're getting, I think it feels like we're about maybe 50 to 70% through with Bowser's Fury, because I don't think Bowser's Fury is going to be the length of nowhere near the length of a full-fledged free-roaming 3D Mario. So I'm going to have some popcorn after this. Tonight, I'll be, well, after the stream, I have a bag of popcorn sitting on my table. I'm actually going to go make that as a little snack. And then yesterday I got some, I ordered some soul food, because I'm like, okay, I had a crappy fast food pizza for lunch, or for lunch/breakfast, so let me get a plate of fresh cooked food to settle my stomach. But by the time it arrived around 8 o'clock last night, I was like, alright, no way I'm going to be able to keep this food down. So I just kept it sealed in its bag from the delivery service. And it's I got a plate of, it's some kind of soul food type stuff. It's, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, and green beans. So, I'll definitely be having that for dinner tonight. Thanks for the love. Thanks for all who showed up, whether you participated in chat or not. And I will see you, next Wednesday on the 3rd. Hey, it looks like Shulk is streaming right now. I have no idea what he's up to. But, I'm just gonna send you all to him. So thanks for watching, and have a nice rest of your day. See you in 8 days. Hold on. Alright, here we go. See you in 8 days.